Lugu. Shadala Henu, the Elbotin, Abiyama, Tapa, Yako. I talk about those which should make up for those ones should make up on my head. The Shamu tribe, El Shabbat, Lasso, El Shabbat, let go the time in Ola. They ain't travel to Dola. Kisha said, my son, El Shaddai, Shamai. Where I just was on my speech, Shabbat, on that fast. But you should make up, but you can make up, but you should take up, but you should take up. El Shaddai, Malek, El Shaddai, Malak, El Shaddai, look over my head. But you should have on my boots over my head. But you have on me, more than yo. First of all, I have to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High is work the spirit for all ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and righteous, greatness. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief of liaison, to the chief princes, brothers and sisters. I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, God.
Wonderful day. Yes, it is. Anytime Shabbat comes around, it's always a wonderful day. Because you get to let loose and you get to release of the stress and the aggravation and the worryation that's caused during the 6 days. That God gave me a command and said, listen, those things we got to let go of. So there's certain things that we need to learn to let go of on this day. There is certain things that should not be talked about on this day. There is certain things that we should not be getting into on this day. Why? Because God said this day is holy. God has ordained the seventh day to be holy, And when we desecrate the Shabbat, when we profane the Shabbat, God said kill him. God said it's a death penalty. God said kill him. It's a death penalty. Why? Because why do we go against the things that God accepts? Why do we go against the things that God accepts? Why? Because of our mind frame and our pattern of thought and the way we think. It's contrary and opposite to God's thinking pattern. Our thinking pattern is contrary and opposite to God's thinking pattern. We have leaned towards the ways and the customs of the people that we lived amongst. That's our problem. We are leaning too far into the ways and the customs of the people that we live amongst, and we refuse to change. We refuse to put a difference. We refuse to draw the line between you and them. Because when you draw that line between you and these people, everything about you will be different. Everything about you going to be different. It's going to be different. Now, the adversary, Who is that? Satan. There is a Satan. I read about that. Haven't we not read about an entity called Satan? Satan? More than once. And it means to be adverse. His name means adversary or contrary. Adverse, contrary, opposite to God. Adversary. The adversary uses your desires and your emotions to tempt you. He uses your own desires and your own emotions to tempt you. He uses what you are afraid of to tempt you. He knows, look, the adversary has something called insight. The same way God has insight, to where the creator and the adversary could look into you and they can tell, they'll figure you out. God could look into you and can tell whether you're going to serve God or not, whether you have the determination to serve him or not. The adversary can look into you and can tell whether he can persuade you or tempt you to do the things that is against God. That's why he never approached Adam. That's why he never approached Adam. So the best way to get to Adam was through Eve. Okay? So we got to be careful of that, because the adversary will use your own desires and emotions to tempt you, to pull you away from God. That's his job. That's their objective. So when you start to do certain things and you find yourself doing things, but the things that you're doing is causing you to pull away from God. Now it's time to sit back and think. What's going on? What's causing me to feel this way? And the person that you think caused you to feel this way, is it really that way? It may be. It don't have to be that way. He's stirring up these ideas and thoughts in your mind so that you can detract and pull away from the Creator's laws. So now I done left from point A to point B. Now I'm not keeping holy Shabbats. Now I'm not doing this. Now I'm not doing the other. Why? Because I done allowed myself to be persuaded and beguiled by something that you can't see. Now the only way I can strengthen myself is by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. The only way I can get firm is by taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Let's go to Deuteronomy 4. He said, now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you for to do them. Right? That ye may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord thy God, which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. Because what causes life? The keeping of the laws. See, this book will show you how to live. That's what this book shows you. This book shows you how God considers you to live. How God wants you to live. How God wants you to think. How God wants you to move. That's what this book shows us. But in order to believe that, we got to believe God. We got to believe the book. We got to believe the book. We don't have no belief in God. That's the reason why we question everything we read. We question everything we read because we have no belief in God. No belief. So because we don't have no belief in God, you have doubts, and there's no actions. You ain't doing nothing. Verse 2, time sheet.
24.
Deuteronomy 4. Verse 2.
You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it.
Ye shall not add unto the word which I commanded you. You know how many of us done added to God's word? Huh? How many of us done added to the word of God? We refuse to leave the words that we read in the book just the way it is. Don't add on how you feel. Don't add on your opinion. Don't add on what you think, because how you think and your opinion does not correlate with what you read. So if you don't read it here, whatever information you got, leave it there. Don't bring it here. See, the only way the word of God can remain pure and upright. See, God's words is pure and upright regardless.
That's right.
Regardless. You, O decrepit one, add on to the word of God, and you become perverted. Because you can't pervert the word of God. You can't corrupt the word of God. God's words are holy and profane and perfect. Okay? So we become corrupt. We become perverted. And when we are corrupted and perverted, you cannot serve God. You can't serve God. Because when we are corrupted and perverted, then the way we think becomes corrupt. Our actions, everything about us becomes corrupt. Tom sheet. He said, you should not add unto the word of the Lord, neither shall you diminish aught from it.
That you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God.
That's the only way you'll be able to keep keep God's law. Don't add on, don't take away. Whenever you add on and you take away, you ain't keeping God's law. You're not keeping God's, you're not fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. Tom Sheep.
Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor.
Mm-hmm.
For all the men that followed Baal Peor,
He
the
said,
Lord thy God.
your eyes have seen. What? Or what?
All your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor.
Your eyes have seen all what God did because of Baal Peor. We've seen a lot. The Creator has caused this nation to see a whole lot. Why did God cause these people to see this? To instill fear in the people, so that they may learn to fear God, so that they may learn to keep His commandments. But the more they saw, the more the less they believed. And this is why God dealt with this nation like this, because He dealt with these people face to face, personally. Personally, He dealt with these people. So therefore, what God said, He said, because I dealt with this nation this way, He said, I'm going to visit all your iniquities upon you. So now we really got to be careful, because when God opens your eyes and has a personal relationship with a man or with a woman, He's going to deal with that person or that woman different than He deals with any other man. That's why when a man has personal relation or personally has been dealt with by God, the man look at you and say, you could do that. He said, but I can't. God will twist me up. He's too close, because He dealt with this person personally. Right. Just like with God. The Creator dealt with the nation personally. So what the nation couldn't do, other nations can do and get away with it. Other nations can do and get away with it. So now, we got to realize that, man. So this thing called, this deity called Baal Peor, right? Baal Peor. Baal means Lord. Peor comes from the root word Pa'al. It means opening. Lord of the opening. Okay? In other words, the God of anal and oral sex. Listening to a documentary, he said, this is the Lord of the opening. He said, this is the God of anal and oral sex. So when you do anal and oral sex, you are serving Baal Peor. This is why when people say, well, oral sex is not in the Bible, but they ain't have oral sex. They didn't have oral sex. Why? Because God created sex to have children. You can't have babies by having anal and oral sex. And when we do these things, that is in accordance of worshiping Baal Peor. Okay? Sodomy. Right. Baal is an idol god worshiping in many ancient Middle Eastern communities. Okay? Especially the Canaanites, a fertility deity. Peor is an idol of the Moabites, in whose worshipped female prostituted themselves. Now, the Midianites used their women to beguile us, to trick us, to deceive us, and to lure us in. Now, once we lured in and we started dealing with these Moabitish women, what God said? He said, they done turned your heart away from me. He said, they don't cause you to serve their gods. Why? Just by dealing with these women. So God told us a strict command. He said, man, leave these women alone. That's how they joined themselves. That's the word I was looking for. This is how you this is how they joined themselves to idols, to their idols. Okay? It said the worship of Baal Peor, Lord of the opening. Peor, root word Pa'ad, means open wide, the cleft, or the gap. In ancient times, Baal was considered a sun god. Baal is the sun god. Okay? The cleft or the opening to which Peor referred was the woman's private part. The counterpart to Baal was the goddess Ashtoreth, the female principle. See, in all these religions, in idol worships, you always had a male deity, a male idol, and a female idol. You always had a male this and a female this. I had one chick come to me, so what is if God is a man, then where's his wife? God don't have a wife. God don't need a wife because he's not man. He's the God of the spirits of all flesh, which means he's a spirit. And the same feelings and emotions and desires that a man have, God don't have. God don't have that. So he's not going to have a desire to cohabitate with a woman. He's not going to have a desire to have children. Those are man's desires. That's mortal man's desires, to have a wife and have a family and have children. God don't have those things. That's not the standards of God. God showed you, and we learned God's standards: merciful, compassion, considerate, kind, jealous. We made God jealous by turning away from God and giving his praises to deities and idols. But we think, oh, I ain't in the church. I don't go to church. I'm not with this here. Or I don't celebrate this here. Or I know I don't do this here. Listen, notice one thing. People say, and the person that's saying this is just learning about God. And you're talking, you haven't developed the strength to hold yourself in God yet. So I know for sure that when you separate from the one that showed you who God is, you're going to separate yourself from God next. Because you have not developed the strength to hold. You have not developed the determination to hold. You have not developed that. And you can't develop that. You can't develop those things sinning presumptuously, violating the commandments and the statutes of the living God. You can't develop those things like that. So that's why before my father passed, he said, listen, he said, gather your strength. He said, get your strength now while I'm here. Why? Because my strength, I depended on my father to suck strength and to see strength from him so that I will at one point in time be able to be that rock. I will be able to advance, and that can be a strength to my household, to my wife, and to my children. So I have to be the strength for my family. And you know who's my strength? Now that my father's not here, God got to be my strength. So therefore, if God is my strength, then I must keep my mind on God continuously. I got to be constantly reading. I got to be constantly praying. I got to be constantly reading and praying because the opposing side, what's the word? The external forces that is on the outside is coming. See, there's a force that is against of God. You have an evil and unjust force that is against the godly. The godly is continuously against who? The ungodly. Okay? So we have to strengthen ourselves in God so that we be able to detect the evil that comes. When the evil come, I got to be able to detect it. When these thoughts come to my head, I got to be able to detect it. Let's read. Where we at? Oh, no, my bad. Hold up. I'm saying Baal was the goddess, the counterpart to Baal was the goddess of Ashtoreth. Okay? Baal Peor means Lord of the gap, the opening, worship by doing licentious rites and acts. Okay? With the carvings of a female goddess, either in it or next to it. In this way, the female principle, which is Asherah or Ashtoreth, and male principle, which is Baal, was represented, while all sexual immorality gives homage to Baal. We didn't have orgies. Orgies was done to celebrate and to worship idol gods. We didn't have anal and oral sex. Those things was done in worship to idol gods. So it said the worship of Baal Peor was most obscene. In honor of the cult, Baal Peor would expose themselves, bowing down to the ground with bottoms up, eating from a place associated with body waste. You know what that is? That's oral sex. The temple had dedicated prostitutes, and worshippers ate from their cleft in order to commune with Baal Peor. So in order to commune with this deity, they had to do lewd acts. They had to do immoral sexual acts to connect or to connect with this deity. It said female and male prostitutes participated in this worship, glorifying the female principle, whether the man did the act or had it done to him. He had to sacrifice his manhood to join the act. Those are things that he effeminized himself. This brought glory to Baal Peor worshippers by debasing himself physically, spiritually before the cleft. A stripper pole is a reenactment of the sexual rites of Baal worship. The stripper pole is in remembrance of the Asherah pole. Okay? I say you are initiated into the worship of Baal Peor by committing the acts of oral sex, lesbianism, and homosexuality. The worship of Baal Peor involved the most perverted acts between the temple prostitutes and Baal, for the rituals are designed to debase yourself. Involves the exposure of the prostitute's genitals and direct oral exchange of body fluids and waste products in these rituals. The prostitutes assumes the dominatrix and men are submissive. The rituals establishes the power of the feminine over the masculine to destroy the Hebrew structure the Creator has set up. And this is why these things was brought and snuck in to the ranks of Israel. You know why these people did these things to us, man? You know why? To destroy the structure that God has set up. To destroy the standards that God has set up, to cause these people to lean away further and further, to get these people away from God, because they knew that was the only way to penetrate. They knew that was the only way to penetrate this nation was to get them to transgress and go against God.
Verse 3. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you. He said, your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. All the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you. Okay? Now the word for follow. Follow, in the Hebrew, it says acher. Aleph, chet, resh. All right? It means to go after. To go after means subsequent to. Subsequent to means to have the same views of. So I don't have to worship these idols. All I gotta have is the same mentality. When you have the same views of a person, means you think the same. Right. In order to serve God, I gotta change my pattern of thinking. I can't serve God with a hedonistic mentality. I can't serve God with forward thoughts. So before I serve this God, I have to change the way I think. And I have to rule my spirit to start accepting the things that God accepts. That's the only way I'm going to change my pattern of thinking. And I gotta disagree with what God disagrees with. Okay? To resemble means to be like or similar, which means we cannot be the same. There's nothing about me supposed to be the same like you. Because I serve the true and living God. You serve idols and deities. Similar. That's why we have a dress code. There's no way I should be outside looking like you. We have a dress code. We have a dress code, man.
have a dress code. Like, to feel attraction towards or take pleasure in. To feel attraction towards or take pleasure in, right? What am I doing? Having the same attraction. What attracts me, what attracts them shouldn't attract me.
Right. Turn you off.
Should turn me off. What attracts them should not attract me. Because we have different likes.
Right.
We have different likes, okay? I shouldn't be liking the same thing you like because your likes is abominable before God. Your likes and what attracts you, God detests. And what I take pleasure in. To regard means to approve or to feel inclined to. So now when you approve of something, it means a feeling of respect or affection for. Huh? What are we doing respecting and showing some type of affection for the things that God hates and despises? Huh? You have to rule your spirit and train yourself to hate these things. Why? Because God hates them. You got to train yourself to despise these things. Why? Because God despises it. And whatever God loves, you must train yourself to love it. Whatever God agrees with, you must train yourself to agree with. Don't come up with excuses and opinions in your head to substantiate your ideas or the things that you say. So now you want to come up with something out of your figmentation of your own mind to prove why you can't agree with this or why you should disagree with the other. Once God agrees with it, you should be agreeing with it. Right. Once God disagrees with it, you should be disagreeing with it. Right. And if you don't agree with it, acknowledge it. Huh? That is the first way of healing. Acknowledging that you need healing. Acknowledging that you need some counseling. Acknowledging that you need some therapy. That's the only way you're going to get healed. Because first you got to acknowledge and say, man, I need help. I need help. I have problems acknowledging and accepting the things that God accepts. Huh? That's the way you need to talk to yourself. You can't go on in your life not accepting what God accepts. Huh? We gotta train ourselves. Huh? It's a training, man. This is a training. So now, Kema'aseh means what? Practice. One of the definitions for Kema'aseh means to practice. Anything you practice becomes a habit. Anything you practice becomes a habit. So in time, it will grow on you. In time, you will accept it. In time, you will grow some type of affection towards it. Why? Because you've been putting yourself through it. Okay? It says a feeling of respect or affection for, right? To agree means what? You accept. So if I accept you, I agree with your actions. That is against God. When you agree with a person, you are in agreement with his opinions, feelings, or purpose. So now we gotta watch what we agree with. We gotta watch what we agree with. Why? Because God don't agree with it. And if I agree with it, that means I agree with his actions. Right. I agree with what he did. I can't agree with that. And I can't say I don't agree with it, but I keep my mouth shut. I have to voice it. Yeah. Listen, I don't agree with that, brother. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. I don't agree with what you did, man. I don't like what you did. Right. What you did was wrong. Right. And you have to be able to accept it and not get angry when someone says you was wrong. Yeah. You gotta be able to accept that. Don't get mad. That's right. That's right. Why would you get angry from a person that's showing you where you came up short at? That's right. where you came up short at, because that's the only way you can make any type of corrections with yourself. That's the only way you're gonna be better. God ain't saying you're gonna make them, you're gonna be perfect right away. It takes time to be perfect with God. It takes time and effort and a lot of reading, a lot of studying, and a lot of changes with oneself to be perfect with God. You're not going to be perfect right away. That's a commandment. God said be perfect with him. He said be holy. Huh? He said thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. So to be holy with God takes time. A lot of time, a lot of work. That's what we need to realize, man. A lot of work, a lot of what? Dedication. A lot of time, a lot of work, and a lot of dedication, man. That's what it takes. And people look and say, oh, it can't be done. It can be done. I'm a firm believer of that. Oh, yeah. I said it can be done. God ain't going to tell you to do something that can't be accomplished. That's right. You just got to have a willing heart. That's all you need is a willing heart. Where we at?
Verse 4.
So verse 3, right? I think Father yeah, right, verse 4. Verse 4.
But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
But ye that did cleave to the Lord thy God are alive. Huh? Or alive, every one of you this day. So when we to teach, right? All right, in the beginning of the verse, it says, which I teach you for to do them. Right? To teach, and when you're teaching, it means to instruct by precepts, example. That's why certain men look, he said, man, you're not teaching by example. A teacher instructs by precepts. What are the precepts? The precept is the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. A teacher must teach by examples. Yeah. Woo. And it just came to me. So everyone, you think this is a light child that's coming up here? You have to teach by precepts. You got to teach by setting the example. That's right. Which means I got to put my head in the fire and the people look and see that. Yeah. So I got to be the one to put forth that example. I can't move the way you move. Right. Because I stand above the people. And I have to be an example for the congregation. That's why you see people talk bad about the priests. Yeah. Talk bad about the priests. They talk bad about Reverend Porkchop, Sister Hogmaw. All those people they talk bad about. Because somebody got caught in the bedroom with a little child. The Pope. Oh, you already know how he goes with them. And they talk bad about him. Why? Because people look up to you. And people look up to you. So, and by experience. Okay? To teach a type of behavior through practice. Instructions over a period of time. It takes time. That's what training is. So when you're training yourself, it takes time. When you're training yourself to love God, when you're training yourself to fulfill these laws. While training, you're going to mess up. Yeah. You're not going to get every move perfect. No. You're going to be stopped. Don't do it like that, man. You're going to get hit. Bam. You're in training. The same thing with the laws and the commandments of God. God ain't going to show you these laws perfect and upright right away. Right. It takes time. And then God wants to see if you can fulfill these laws. Can you endure while you're doing it the wrong way? I'm not even doing it right. I'm over here washing chairs, thinking I could wash a chair that a woman sit on her uncleanness and it'll be clean. But I didn't read that in the book. I didn't read that in the book, but that's what we thought. We thought that when a woman sit in a chair on her nidata, on her menstruation, when a woman is unclean, anything she sits on, the chair becomes unclean. Nowhere in the book states where that chair becomes clean again. No one can show me that the books where it says that in the book. But some people believe that. And one person said that the chair becomes clean when she becomes clean. But where do you read that at? It's not there, man. So when a woman sits in the chair and she make that chair unclean, that chair remains unclean. And if I sit on that chair, I'm unclean. I gotta wash. My clothes gotta wash. So we gotta stop adding on, because we gotta stop adding on to God's law, man. We must stop adding on to God's law. Why? You know why people add on? Because they just bought the couch. They just bought a fresh couch from Sally's. And someone came and sat on the couch. So the brother like, you mean I gotta throw away my fresh brand new couch? Yeah, you gotta throw it away. Yeah, you gotta throw it away. But guess what? It also takes a sacrifice to serve God. That's right. Let me see if you're gonna choose that couch over God. Let me see if you're gonna choose these things over the laws and the commandments of God. That's what counts. That's what counts. My father just bought a bed. Bed got unclean. He threw the bed out, got a cardboard and laid on the cardboard. For how long? How many months and years he did that before he got a bed? And he was comfortable. Why? Because we got to realize something, man. God will only come to you if you start to make sacrifices. Prove yourself first. Before God comes to you, we got to prove it. So we got to make sacrifices for God and go through this proving thing for a long period of time before you start seeing dreams. Huh? Before you start seeing dreams and you start hearing voices. You kidding me? You think God won't come to you? It's the same God from then, it's the same God now. You're gonna hit contact. Right. Just put some time in. Put some time into doing what you're doing that is godly and righteous by God, and wait and see. You're gonna mess around and have a dream in it one day. Yeah. Yes. Because I seen it and heard it done. But we have to, in order to get these dreams and start hearing voices, God got to prove you first, man. He just ain't going to come to you without proving you, man. You got to activate. You got to prove you first. Then you got to start making sacrifices, man. Sacrifice yourself for God. That's what we don't realize, man. We sacrifice everything else. But we don't want to sacrifice for God. Huh? We don't want to sacrifice for God. Listen. Talk about it. Where we at? Verse 4, right? For ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day. The word for cleave. Cleave is dabak. Dalet bekuf. Dabak means to adhere. Dabak means to cling. Okay? What does it mean to cleave to God? To adhere means to believe in. Because when you believe 100% in God, it triggers actions. I wouldn't dare go outside without no fringes. You believe that. And I believe that if I do that, this and this and this is going to happen. And I'm afraid of God because I know if I do this, God will do this to me. That's what keeps you from violating. I said fear is what keeps you from violating the laws of God. Yeah. But because we don't fear God, we live any and anyhow. We live any and anyhow. We do any and anything because we don't fear God. That's right. Okay. This is something that we need to develop. We got to develop the fear of God. You hear me? In order to fulfill the commandments of God, we need to develop the fear of God to fulfill the commandments of God. You're not going to fulfill these laws without developing the fear, because at any given time, you'll break off. Oh man, it's the Shabbat now. Oh man, I gotta go do this. Bro, where you going? Put God first. Congregate and have this congregation. You do that afterwards.
That's right.
Akare Shabbat, after the Sabbath day. Huh? We have not developed the fear of God. This is something that we need to develop, because we ain't born with the fear of God. You know the ones that was born with the fear of God? Samuel, Prophet Samuel, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 sons of Israel. To where I only read one thing that they did wrong.
They had good, man. They had
one thing that they did wrong was how they dealt with Joseph. And years transpired. Reuben said, man, Pharaoh is dealing with us like this because of what we did to our brother. You know how many years done passed? Huh? You know how many years done passed, man? They only one thing they did.
Only one mess up.
One. When they did that to their own brother, man.
They were righteous, man.
Huh? We can't talk junk against those men. We need to keep our mouth shut.
They were righteous, brother.
Right.
It says, we can't touch the wickedest person in this book.
Right.
We cannot touch we are more wicked than the wicked men in the book. We did worse. As generation go on, we get worse. It gets worse. And it gets worse. And it gets so worse down the line to where you ain't gonna see, ain't nothing gonna be godly here no more. Ain't nothing gonna be righteous here no more. Nobody gonna pursuing the laws and the commandments of God. Nobody gonna be keeping no Sabbath day. Nobody gonna be doing none of this. That's when God will spread out, spread his hands, and destroy this earth, man. The reason why God ain't destroyed this earth yet is because, you know why? You know why? Because there are still ones here in the earth with the determination to serve God. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself, man. There are still people here with the determination to serve God. There are still pious ones here. There are still godly ones here. There are still faithful ones here. Faithful to God. Huh? And there's going to come a time when ain't going to be no more godly men here. And that's when God is going to destroy this earth. Damn. Have you ever heard about the Ice Age? They said it's going to be another Ice Age. And in order for another Ice Age to hit, nobody's going to be living. Nobody's going to be here. You ain't going to survive in no Ice Age, brother. You're going to die.
Everybody.
Every soul will be dead. It said, and the earth shall be back in the former days. Huh? He said the earth will be back in the former days. What is that? Silence. Nobody living. Just God. Just God. No animals. No fishes. Huh? Look, man, listen.
Nothing.
No life.
No life. Then that's when God is going to bring back his elect. The ones that serve God with determination and a willing heart.
With whole heart.
Whole heart.
That's a fact.
To cleave means to adhere to. To adhere means to believe in and follow the practice of. Follow the practice of what? Follow the practices of the Lord. Follow the practices and the commandments of God. Clinging means to become closely attached. Tamshi.
Verse 5.
Verse 5.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them.
He said, I have taught you statutes and judgment, even as the Lord my God has commanded me, that you should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. But we didn't hearken. The land kicked us out. We went in the land and did our own thing. We said, man, I don't give a hoots about what God said. We're going to do our own thing. We're going to follow our own ways. We're going to live our own life. Huh? And when we did that, the land kicked us out. The land kicked us out. We are the reason why we are not in our own land. Right. With no government set up, with nothing set up. You're the reason why. Go ahead, read.
Keep therefore and do them.
Keep therefore and do them.
For this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes.
Keep therefore and do them. Keep what? The commandments of God, the laws of God. He said, for this, by me keeping these laws,
is your wisdom.
That will be my wisdom and my understanding in the sight of the nations. In the sight of the people. By me keeping these laws, this is what's going to cause me to stick out. This is what's going to cause me to be the sore thumb. Yeah. This is what's going to cause me to be different than the rest. Yeah. Why? Because that's what the laws of God does. It causes you to be different. It differentiates you, man. It differentiates you. Now your mind frame got to change. The way we think is. Go ahead, read.
Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who have God so nigh unto them?
For what nation is there so great?
Who have God so nigh unto them?
What nation had a God so close to them like that? What nation could cry out to God and God feed them with manna? What nation could cry out to God and he gave Moses a command and told him to hit the cleft of the rock? The rock, when he said the rock in the Hebrew, it said mountain. That was a section of Mount Sinai that Moses struck for water to flow out. And the reason why God told me, he said, man, you can't come in this land. That's it. He said, because you didn't sanctify my name. You did not sanctify my name in the midst of the people. Moses begged God and he begged him. God said, don't ask me if this no more. No. He said, come on up here, man. Come here. I'll show you. He said, look, I'm going to show you the land. He said, but you can't go through there. You can't go. You or Aaron. Aaron wasn't even there.
Okay.
He didn't say it.
Yeah.
But why God killed Aaron? Because of the same thing. Because they're one.
Yeah.
What Moses did reflected on Aaron.
Yeah.
What Aaron do reflects on Moses.
Yeah.
So we need to think before we do things, because what you do, you give everybody else a bad eye.
That's right.
You make everybody get looked at like we're the same.
Yeah. That's true.
So we gotta stop that, man.
Yeah.
You can't be going out there acting a fool.
That's right.
Like you ain't got no morals.
Yeah.
You got morals.
That's
God's
right.
laws.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Who have God so nigh unto them,
so nigh
as the Lord our God is in all things.
In all things.
Upon him for.
That you call upon him for. He said, God is in all, our God is in all things that you call upon him for. We see our God is not like the Egyptian God, where they had a God of water, a God of fertility, a God for this, a God for this, a God for this. Muslims has 360 gods. They combined all those gods and they called it A-L-L-A-T. That was the first name before they called it Allah. Okay? Right. They combined 360 gods into one. Female form, yes. Our God is a God for everything. He's a God that split the head. He's a God for everything. That's why he's God. We got to realize something. Do we really know the definition of a God? Because a God does all things.
Yeah.
I can call upon him for anything.
Right.
Anything. It's nothing impossible. See, you can't call upon this God for this because you have a God to take care in idol worship.
Right.
You have many gods to take care of many different things.
Right.
God of love,
a
a God of hate, a God of this one, a God of that one. This is More Oshirunu. This is for the glass guy. Man, go ahead with this foolishness, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead with all this foolishness.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Because that's what most people do. Once you leave off of this, the true way of life, this is the true way of life that God has prescribed for man to live. And in return, by God prescribing this prescription is for man to live, then he passes it on down to his wife and his children. Huh? And his wife and the children submit themselves to the rules and the commandments that the husband set.
Yeah.
You submit yourself to the rules and the commandments that your husband set.
That's right.
Well, you can, I don't see, not ruling in tyranny.
No.
Not being an animal.
That's right. That's right.
You know why? I said not ruling in tyranny and not being an animal because, we're going to get into that later. I don't want to jump the gun. All right? See how, go ahead, read.
And what nation is there so great
Uh-huh.
that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law which I set before you this day?
What verse you at?
9.
Go ahead.
Only take heed to thyself.
Only take heed to thyself. When you are taking heed to yourself, you must pay close attention. To yourself and be careful about it. Pay close attention to yourself and be careful about what you're paying attention to. Why you said what you said. What was the reason why you said what you said? And be truthful about why you said what you said.
Right.
Don't say, I didn't say this because of this. No, say why I said it. I said it to offend you. I'm saying this to hurt you. I'm saying this to get under your skin.
Yeah.
Don't say, oh no, I didn't say that. I'm not saying that to get under my skin. I just mentioned it. I'm just saying this, but stop lying to yourself. Because we can't get better with God lying to ourselves.
Right.
I said we cannot get better with God and we can't elevate in His laws by lying to ourselves. Be truthful with yourself, so that you can detect the wound. So that you can detect the wound, so you can put some ointment on it and heal it. Tom sheet.
Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which
only take heed to thyself and keep what?
Thy soul diligently.
Guard your soul diligently. When you guard in your soul, you on point. You on point. You on point of the thoughts. You on point with what you say. You on point with what you do, because I don't want to offend God.
Yeah.
I don't want to offend God. That's number one.
Right.
Once you don't offend God, then you ain't got to worry about me offending you.
That's right. Yeah.
You ain't got to worry about me offending you, because I don't want to offend God. God said, thou shalt not steal. I'm not going to steal because God says so. So therefore, you ain't got to worry about me stealing from you or taking nothing from you. So that's number one. Develop the desire to not offend God. See, God don't chastise us right away for our iniquities because we so far away. And he opened your eyes to his laws, commandments, and statutes for a reason. Because you had that much amount of good in you to show you who he was. To reveal to you who the true and living God is. Not Horus, Isis, and Oshuangan, and all these crazy deities. Diabolical deities and idols and demons. Come on, man. Come see.
Lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen. And
lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen. Why I said that? We always got to remember the things that God showed us. Because the things that God showed us was for you to strengthen yourself in God. This is supposed to strengthen your belief in God. This is things that we are not supposed to forget. You see, you don't notice how why the Creator always revert back to how he appeared to the nation of Israel on Mount Sinai in fire? Because that was a sight to behold. That was a sight ought to be remembered. That sight there, supposed to scare any man straight. Not the people. Not this people. That's why the Lord looked at the people. He said, man, these people are stubborn, hard-headed, and stiff-necked. And they rebellious. And they rebellious. Everything that they done saw, and they still couldn't find it in their heart. They still couldn't find it in their heart to fear God and keep his laws. They still had doubts. He said, therefore, I'm going to visit you for all your sins. He said, I'm going to visit you for all your iniquities, man. Go ahead and read.
Unless they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons.
That's right.
Verse 10. Especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all thy days, that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burnt with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness.
Of God, the presence of God, and incinerated the whole mountain range. The whole mountain range lit up just from all the presence of God. Ain't that something, man? Look, the presence of God lit up the bush. But the bush wasn't even consuming. The bush wasn't even getting burnt. But that was a sight that was something that God caused to draw the attention of Moses. Which means what? He inquired. And it drew his attention, and he was interested. And this is what we need. We don't have interest in God. Because if we show interest, then that's the way God would deal with you. That's the only reason why God dealt with Moses. Because he inquired and he looked. He said, let me see this great sight. Why the bush is burning, but it ain't being consumed. It's not being consumed. When he went over there, God told him, said, man, take your shoes off. He said, where you standing? It's holy ground. Take your shoes off. God started spitting and talking. Say, everybody that sought your life and needed, I done killed them. Everybody dead. Go on over there and get my nation. Get my people up out of there. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. And he heard the voice of the words.
He heard the voice of the words.
But saw no similitude.
But he saw no similitude. The Hebrew word for similitude is image, picture, temuna. Okay? Tom Sheet, what verse you at?
At the end of 12.
Only
ye heard a voice.
Only you heard a voice.
Verse 13.
Tom Sheet.
And he declared unto you his covenant which he commanded you to perform. Even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach.
Verse 16, right?
14.
Go ahead, go back.
13.
13, yes.
Verse 13. And he declared unto you his covenant.
He declared unto you his covenant, his agreement. We went into agreement with God, man. He said, you keep my law, I will be your God. But in the day that you turn away from my commandments, he said, I'm gonna turn my back on you. He said, I'm going back to my place until you acknowledge where you went wrong at, until you acknowledge your offense. Why we have a problem acknowledging our fault? We have a problem acknowledging our offense because you don't think you was offensive anyway. You don't think you was offensive. Go ahead, read.
and even 10 commandments. And he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone.
2 tables of stone.
Verse 14. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments.
Judgments.
That ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves.
Take ye therefore good heed to yourselves. Okay? Be on point with yourselves, Tamshi.
For you saw no manner of similitude.
For you saw no manner of similitude. The word for similitude is temuna. You didn't see no image. You didn't see no picture.
On the day
that
the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire.
Tamshi.
Lest ye corrupt yourselves.
Okay, lest you corrupt yourself. How do we corrupt ourselves? The word for corrupt is shakat. Shakat means to pervert, it means to corrupt, and it means to mar. How do you corrupt yourself? To corrupt means what? It's to change from good to bad in morals. What causes you to say, well, a person has good morals? Keeping and the fulfilling of the laws of God. Manners or actions by violating the commandments of God. So when you violate the commandments of God, you don't have good morals. When you violate the commandments of God, you don't have good manners. When you violate the commandments of God, your actions is wrong. The thing that you do is contrary and opposite. When you're corrupt, you perform immoral or illegal acts. Okay? To change or debase oneself by, how do you debase yourself? To debase yourself means to reduce in value, to reduce in character, to reduce in esteem. So when I violate the laws, remember when God told, he told Job, he said, you see, what he told him, I don't remember exactly what he told him. Job 1. Stay where you at. I read it. Job chapter 1, right? Look what the Most High said about Job. He said, there was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. And that man was perfect. He was perfect with God and upright. And one that feared God and turned aside. To eschew means to turn aside or to depart from evil. Right? So now, let me run down to the spot. Verse 6. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. What does it say? What does it say in the Hebrew for the sons of God? It says, B'nai ha-Elohim. That is the sons of God. Those are angels that went before the Creator to present themselves before God. Right? And Satan came also among them, who was the adversary. Right? And the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro on earth, from walking up and down in it. And the Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job? The word for consider is samta. Samta means to evaluate. Evaluate, estimate, or value. All right? Let's dig deep into these words now. All right? So when God values you, those are stages of excellence. I said those are stages of excellence. Those are degrees. Stages of excellence is degrees in righteousness. There are degrees in righteousness. There are degrees and steps and stages in righteousness. Okay? To estimate means appraise, worthy of. To evaluate the value of. How valuable are you? I said, how valuable are you to God? How can you have any type of, how can I emanate or show any type of value to God? By my lifestyle and how I live. Okay? So to change or debase oneself by making errors. So you reduce your value, your character, and your esteem by making errors against God's laws. When we sin, we reduce our value. Okay? Or unintentional alteration. which is when you have no intentions of changing oneself. You don't have no intentions of changing. No intention. No intention of changing and being better with God. Okay? Because you feel you don't have to make changes. You feel you're a good man. You feel you're a good woman. But you're not a good man in the eyes of God. You're not a good woman in the eyes of God because you're not living according to the standards that God set. You're not living according to the standards of God said. So no, you ain't good. You think you good. You think you good. Let's read.
Verse 16. Lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image. A similitude of
hold on. I ain't finished yet. Sorry. Corrupt, also pervert, right? It also means to pervert. To pervert means to alter from its original course. Meaning or state to a distortion of what was first intended. To distortion means to mislead. So you pervert it, you change it to mislead a person.
Right.
All right? To cause to turn aside from what God said is good. And the last definition is marred. Marred means to ruin or diminish the good or wholeness of a person by violating God's law. Okay? So you ruin yourself. You diminish your value and you diminish the good. That's what I want to remember now. That's what I wanted to remember. So when we mar ourselves, we diminish the good that we have in us. We both have good. We don't have 100% good in us. I don't know how many percentage of good and evil you have in you. But we diminish the percentage of good that we have in us by violating the commandments of God. And you become more susceptible to evil and wickedness, and your good, the good that you have in you, drops. And it drops. And you start to begin worse and more evil and more wicked with God. Ain't that something, man? Ain't that something? That's how it goes. Go ahead, Thompson.
Verse 16. Lest ye corrupt yourself and make you a graven image.
Lest you corrupt yourself and make you a graven image. Okay? What is a graven image? A graven image is an idol. An idol, an image, right? An idol is a false god. A false god. An idol also is the likeness of something. All right? This is why when you read in Deuteronomy 4, you read specifically where God said we should not have. Well, we in the same chapter anyway.
Yeah.
All right? The likeness of something. And later on, as we read, it's going to explain about the likenesses that we are supposed to stay away from. Okay? People say you can have it as long as you're not worshiping it. I didn't read that.
No.
I didn't read that in the book. Where God said you can have it, but don't worship it. Okay? A form or appearance visible without life. You hear the definition of idol? A form or appearance visible without life. Now, graven image also refers to a cult image, right? A human-made object that is worshipped for the deity or spirit that embodies or represents. So you will have an image, right? A human-made object, and in that human-made object, they do whatever they do, and they put spirits inside the objects. You ever saw that movies where they have a doll and the witchcraft or the witch warlock take your spirit, put it in the doll, and he don't need to touch you. All you gotta do is bend the arm back, and your arm bend back. That's true. That's heavy warlock, man. That's heavy witchcraft. And that's what, all right? It said, now the human-made objects, that reminds me of terrafins, which is small images or cult objects used as domestic household gods. The G.I. Joe figures, Barbie dolls, and all these human-made objects that we like to buy for our kids and let them play with. those are things that were called teraphims. Those were teraphims. Those was idols. Those was household gods, where they used to place these teraphims in their houses and put food in front of the teraphims and treat them like they're a family. Tom sheet.
Lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any
The
figure.
similitude, temuna, a picture or image of any figure, Temuna kal samel, of all emblems, of all likeness, of all images. So we didn't deal with emblems neither. We didn't have emblems. Okay? People want to incorporate the six-pointed star. People want to incorporate the six-pointed star within the ranks of Israel when it wasn't our custom. It was never our custom to have no six-pointed star. These things are demonic symbols.
That's right.
Demonic symbols.
That's right.
That is used in witchcraft and
Hear it.
warlocks. All right? The
That's
word samal, the root word for samel is samal. It means to make like or to be like, to be similar. Tom Sheik.
The similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female.
The likeness of male or female.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth.
The likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air.
The likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air.
The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them and serve them.
What verse you at?
19.
Okay. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them. People don't have comprehension skills. They don't comprehend. They say, you see, you have to worship it. No, this is talking about the sun, moon, and stars. When you look up in this heaven and you see the sun and the moon and stars, and you'll be driven to worship them. Okay? What does the word driven means? What does it mean to be driven? The Hebrew word for driven is nadak, nun dalet chet. Nadak means to impel or to seduce. What is impelled? Impelled means to drive. Huh? You have a person ask you, say, what drove you to do such things? What drove you? What drove you to worship these deities? He said to drive, to force, or urge someone to do something or force them into action. Huh? That's the external forces. That's the outside force. That's the evil. That's out there. That's deep. That's pulling. Their job is to pull you away from God. To seduce means what? To persuade someone to do something that they would not usually consider doing by making it difficult to refuse. That's what the serpent did to poor Eve. Put a very beautiful mirage in front of her. And she started to desire this tree that's in the midst of the garden. Then she ate from it. Gave it to Adam. That is the beginning of the downfall of man. From that time forward, that's when we've been heading down. Going down. We're going further and further down until you pull yourself out. I ain't got to continue to go down.
That's right.
We ain't got to succumb to this.
No.
We ain't got to give in to
give
this.
in.
We don't have to continue driving down. Oh, we got to pull ourselves back up by the fulfilling of the laws of God. That's it. Tom Sheet.
Should us be driven to worship them.
To worship them. Tishtatawe. It means to worship in admiration. What is worship? Worship is an extreme form of love. Extreme form of love. It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God, which means you don't question God. If you truly worship God and you truly love God, you're not going to question nothing that you read.
That's right.
Now, don't take this wrong by what I'm saying. You're not going to have 100% understanding. You're not going to understand everything in here. So you ask questions to get a clearness, to get an understanding. Okay? You don't question to be negative or for debate. You ask the question for learning purposes, not ask the question to debate or argue or go. That's. Go ahead, read.
Shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord had taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes.
Furthermore, the Lord was what?
Angry
with me for your sakes. You know what the word in the Hebrew said for sakes? He said he was angry with you for your sakes. The word for sakes is dabada. Dabada means what? He was angry with you for your words. He was angry with you for your actions. So now we got to be careful with our words and the things that we say out of our mouth. We got to be careful. We got to be careful. Because we can condemn ourselves with just the things that I would say out of our mouth. Just by us talking and running our mouth the way we talk. Getting upset, get all emotional, and we just start running our mouth. To where the person start talking, I look at them and they don't say that.
Don't say that.
You should be afraid to say that, man. Don't say that, man. Go ahead, Tom Street.
Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swear that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. But I must die in this land.
He said, but I got it. He said, listen, God swore that I can't go back in the land, all because of you. But guess what? I got to die here. I can't go over. Go ahead, read.
But I must not go over Jordan, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves.
Take heed to yourselves.
Lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image.
Take heed to yourself lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God. And that's what happened. We forgot God. We forgot we went into agreement with God. We forgot we went into covenant with God. We forgot everything that God showed us to instill the fear and the belief in us. We forgot about all that and turned back to our own ways. We went back to our own filthy ways, man. Tom Sheet.
Which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything, which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. Verse 24. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God.
A consuming fire. Even a jealous God. Jealous meaning what? Intolerant of your unfaithfulness. He's not going to accept that. Once we start to emanate or show unfaithfulness to God by going contrary to his laws, he's not going to accept that. Okay? There's no erring in that to err, to make a mistake. Until you know what you're doing is wrong. Majority of Israelites today do not sin presumptuously. We know when we are in violation of God's law. We just chose to do it anyhow. Tom Sheep.
For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. When thou shalt beget children, and children's children, and shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord God to provoke him to anger, I call heaven.
Look, that ain't said nothing about worship. He said, when you go in the land, you make a graven image, or the likeness. The word for likeness is temuna, or a picture or a likeness of anything that God done told you not to make a likeness of. I done ordered you and commanded you not to make likenesses of male and female figures. You go on the land and start making likenesses. You go on the land and start making likenesses of beasts and creeping things that God told us not to do. He forbid us from doing these things. He didn't say you can have it but don't worship.
No.
He just said it right here. Go ahead, read.
And shall do evil in the sight of the Lord, thy God, to provoke him to anger. I call heaven and earth. To provoke him to anger. Deliberately make God angry by presumptuous sins. That's how you provoke God. Don't do this. You go and do the same thing I told you not to do. You provoking me. Huh? You provoking me. I just told you not to do it. I said don't do it. What more do I have to do to show you that I'm serious? You want me to pick this up and throw it on you? Huh? Don't do it. And this is why God deal with us the way he deal with us. Because we stay provoking God. We stay provoking God. We provoke God. We provoke our mothers. We provoke our fathers. We provoke everybody. We provoke our own brothers. We provoke each other. What do I get out of provoking you? You don't like it, so why do I continue to do it? You don't have to be my father for me to acknowledge that.
That's right.
That's correct.
You don't have to be my father for me to acknowledge that, because when you consider all. Whether your parents, brothers, sisters, friends, people, you consider all. That's right. See, a considerate person just not going to pick and choose.
No limit.
There's no limit to consideration. You don't pick and choose who you consider. That's the way you are, period. So therefore, you watching yourself on point with yourself from the things that you say and do. The crackhead know he's a crackhead. He don't need to hear it from your mouth. I smoke crack. You smoke crack, don't you? You think I want to hear it out your mouth telling me that I smoke crack? You really think I want to hear that? I know I'm a fiend. I'm coming to get a dub tonight. You gonna come and call me a crackhead? Don't provoke me. Don't do that. I ain't no crackhead now, please. I don't smoke crack.
That was just an example.
That was just an example.
Make it clear.
Again, people use things off the beamer and start saying, "Oh, you see," they run off with it. I don't smoke crack. That was just an example. Tom Sheet.
I call heaven and earth to witness. 2
witnesses.
People
don't know today. People don't need 2 witnesses. All they need is a feeling.
They go by that feeling.
I said, all they need is a feeling. Show me where in the book where anybody, man or woman, moved according to their feeling. I ain't never read it. Rebecca ain't getting no feeling that Esau was gonna kill Jacob. I read where it said, and it was told Rebecca that Esau is plotting to kill Jacob.
Someone told her.
So I gotta get this guy away from the other one. You go amongst my people until your brother's wrath pacifies. And he forget what he done did to you. Huh? And he forget, which means Esau was not a man that held on to grudge. No matter what happened. You gotta learn to forgive and forget. People like that can't serve God. When you're not able to forgive someone, it's not like it was a repeated action.
Right.
You can't serve God. Right. You got to change your heart. You got to change your mind. You got to change everything about you, because it ain't right, and there's nothing godly in that. That's right. Tom, see?
I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that you shall soon utterly perish from off the land, whereunto you go over Jordan to possess it. You shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed.
Utterly be destroyed. Time sheet.
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations. You shall be left few in number among the heathen.
And the Lord shall scatter you. Huh? He said, God is going to scatter you among the nations. Disperse. Huh? To fling. Huh? Brother said diaspora. The diaspora was something else. Look, people got dispersed and scattered all over. Separation. You separated from your kids. Husband and wife separated from each other. To where you ain't gonna never see your child. You ain't gonna see your wife. You never gonna see your husband. We ain't seeing each other ever again. The land separated us and pulled us away, man.
That's the end of our story.
Why God did that to us, man? Think and tell me. Maybe you could tell me. Why did God do that to us? Why did God allow a people to do this to his treasure, his peculiar treasure, special treasure? He said the nation of Israel was the apple of his eye. But why you allow these people to do that to these people, to the nation? Because we went into agreement with God. And God said if we don't hearken to his word and fulfill these laws, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, that's going to take place, or that's going to happen there. You're going to be bereaved of this. This is going to happen here. That's going to happen. Heavy penalties.
You're the contract.
I said heavy penalties went down. Why? Huh? That's how hard God dealt with us, man. Time sheet.
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and you shall be left few in number among the heathen, whether the Lord shall lead you.
To scatter, right? To separate, right? To go in various directions. To separate means to cause to move or be apart. Disjoin. Well, why can't we just join together? Everybody, that's never gonna happen. Because the curse is upon us, man. We're always gonna have a hut there, and a hut over here, and a hut there, and a hut there, and a hut over here, and a hut over here. And every one of these huts have a different mentality or a different way to serve God when there's only one way. That's why God disjoined us, man. God disjoined us. Time sheet.
Verse 28.
Time sheet.
And there you shall serve God.
And there you shall serve God.
The work of men's hands.
The work of men's hands.
Wood and stone.
Wood and stone.
Which neither see.
Which neither see.
Nor hear.
Nor hear.
Nor eat.
Nor eat.
Nor smell.
Nor smell.
But from them.
But we serve it. And we pray to it.
Believe
but
it.
The idol and this deity can't eat, smell, hear.
Can't talk.
Don't talk. But we pray to this thing here. Something's wrong with your mental. You also need therapy to talk to something that has no life. And you, in your mind, believe that it's alive and it's real. You need therapy. You need help. Time sheet.
But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him.
He ain't too hard to find. Like people say, he outside. He here. I'm outside. He right here. He real close. Right. I'm here. Right. All I'm doing is waiting to see who's seeking.
Right. Seek.
All you got to do is seek. Oh, I see one that's seeking. He said, let me grab him. I see this one seeking. I'm going to grab this one. You got to show God that you want this. Right. If you don't show God that you want it, he ain't going to reveal and show you nothing.
Nothing's going to happen.
Nothing's going to happen. There's no action or nothing's going to go down.
Right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
If thou shalt seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
What verse you at?
Down 30.
Okay, go ahead.
When thou art in tribulation.
And when you are in distress, when you're in trouble, Huh?
And all these things are come upon
And
thee.
all these things that's come upon thee.
Even in the latter days.
Even in the latter days.
If thou turn to the
If
Lord
thou
thy
turn
God.
to the Lord thy God.
And shall be obedient unto his voice.
And be obedient unto his voice.
For the Lord thy God is a merciful
He's
God.
a merciful God. What does merciful mean? Those are one of the characteristics of God. Merciful is one of the characteristics of God. Not deceitful, not lies, not mercy. It's when you bring someone relief. When you bring someone relief from something unpleasant. That's why King Solomon said, "What? There is a time when to bring this bad news." The man is or the person is already going through something. This ain't the time now. And you got to have that amount of mercy of not to compile and pile that things on this person. So when a person is going through something unpleasant, it ain't for me to add on. You have to realize that the person is not feeling too well. He's going through problems. You got to recognize that. You have to recognize that. And when you recognize that, you bring relief to the person. God, that will turn God's attention towards you because you're emanating a godly trait. You're doing something that's godly. You're showing, man, those are God. Just like when you lie, you draw the attention. Listen, man, we always talk about drawing God's attention. But the things we do in our lives, we draw the attention of the devil to us. We draw Satan. We draw Satan to us by violating and doing things that's contrary from what God said. And he ain't got to get no okay from God because you ain't got no bridge over you. You don't have no boundaries over you. You are an open vessel. So he deals with you according to how he want to deal with you. Because you ain't put no boundaries. You have not done enough to protect yourself with God. You ain't done enough to put that edge around you.
That's right.
You got to be living, you got to be doing this long to have a complete edge. Job had an edge around him, edge around his kids, edge around his wife, edge around his cattle, his servants. Everything that belonged to Job had a boundary, had an edge, had a protection. He had a protection, man. And the adversary could not penetrate that edge until God allowed him to. God allowed him to with stipulations. He said, okay, go ahead. He said, but don't touch his life. Why? Because there was there was something going on in there, huh? Yeah, there was something going on in heaven. The adversary said, if you do this to him, he'll curse you to your face. God said, no, he won't.
That's right.
No, he won't. That's a perfect and upright man, a man that is true evil. He turns away from evil. He said, go ahead. Go ahead, put it to the text. Go ahead. And see how it is. Now, we would look at it and say, in this time, that, oh, man, he must be evil. Or he must be this. But guess what? Guess what? In order for these things to happen with you now, you have to be on a certain level of righteousness with God. So now, when certain things happen with me, I'm not saying, oh, maybe there's a test. No, ain't no test. There's something you did in your life. Stop trying to put yourself on the same scale with Job because you're not. We sin presumptuously, so the opening is always open. It's never closed. It's never closed. We haven't closed it yet. Where we at?
Verse 31.
Go ahead. Hold on, sorry. Mercy is when you bring someone relief from something unpleasant. Okay? And this is why when you read in the Apocrypha, one of the things that is spoken about in the Apocrypha is let me find it. One of the things that's spoken in the Apocrypha that needs to be spoken, that I need to find. Because if you have mercy, That's the only reason why you would do this. Okay? Right, okay. Heal the broken and weak. Heal the broken and weak. If you had mercy, you will do that. Why? Because it says a merciful person is when you bring someone relief. So if you're relieving a person from something unpleasant, you're healing the broken and weak. And what God said about the person that heals the broken and weak, he said he's going to have first place in my resurrection. He said that person will have first place in my resurrection. So at that point in time, people come to me with problems and they stress and they cry. I don't turn them away. Because sometimes these people need to talk and they need to relieve and get their burden off and vent. Not, I don't want to deal with nobody. You, with that same mentality, you ain't going to never do that.
Right.
You ain't going to never heal the broken and weak. You're not a merciful man. No. I don't want to talk to nobody. I said, okay, go ahead. That's not the way God wants you to be neither. Right. So you keep being like that. Compassionate. Compassionate is treatment of those in distress, especially when it is within one's power to punish or harm. That's God. That's God. It's in God's will to continue punishing and do you in. But while you're going through it, he feels sorry for you and pull back. We ain't like that. We keep going on. Realize how we are, man, that we need to change. When you turn around and you say, all right, man, that's enough. You in the right. You ain't already know when to stop. We don't know when to stop. All we know is to be on go mode. Keep going and see what happens. You're going to go and go and go and go and go and go until you meet a spike. You're going to run right into a spike or a dart. That's not the ways. That's not ways of God, man. To keep going and going and going and going and going to where a person got to look at you and say, all right, man, that's it. Stop. Enough. Tom sheet.
But the Lord thy God is a merciful God.
Lord thy God is a merciful God.
He will not forsake thee.
He will not forsake thee. Wait a minute. The word for forsake, I thought it was forsake, but it has a different Hebrew word for forsake. It means rafa, resh, pei, hey. It means to cast off. It means to discourage or dishearten, right? So he will not forsake thee. Okay? Now, forsake means to abandon or to renounce. To renounce means formally declare one abandonment. To formally declare one's abandonment, which means you're saying something against God. Right. I don't agree with this. I don't like this. You are forsaking God. Anytime you talk against the laws and the commandments of God, that is a form of forsaking God. Yeah. All right? Right? So that's why we got to be careful with how we speak and the things that we say that is against the laws and the commandments of God. Okay? To shoot down because you're forsaking him. Right? To cast off means you're no longer wanted. When God casts you off, wait a minute, man.
You're not coming back.
Did God cast the nation of Israel off or not?
Yes. Yes.
We need to be scared. I said we need to be really scared, man. We need to be really careful. You know why? Because pull the pride down. God done cast us off. We're not home.
No.
We're not in Jerusalem.
No. We're far away, man.
We're far away from Jerusalem.
Hold on.
Did God cast us off or not?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do anyone have any type of a connection to where they can inquire of God to find out anything? No. We have been cast off by God, which means what? You're no longer wanted. I don't want nothing to do with you no more. like I said, God already had his elect and his chosen ones. Samuel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Joshua. He got his elect already. But this nation, so-called nation of Israel, that God cast off, God don't want nothing to do with us until we can change this, though. I said we can change this. All we got to do is start fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes. Start doing the things that we know to be lawful and right by God. Disheartening means what? Causing someone to lose determination, discouraging, or dispiriting. Ain't that something? Mm-hmm.
He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them. For acts now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon earth, and acts from one side of heaven unto the other, whether there had been any such thing as this great thing is, or had been heard like it. Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard and lived? Or hath God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation, by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? Unto thee it was showed, that thou mightest know that the Lord God, he is God.
That's why God did that. This is why God revealed all these things, to convince you and reveal to you and show you that I am God. Because know why God had to do those things? God has realized what type of nation or people he is dealing with. God knew the people that he was dealing with, that he's dealing with a people that lived in Egypt for 430 years, and they believed in the idols of the Egyptians. They followed after the ways of the Egyptians. They did according to the ways of the Egyptians, and you're just not going to leave off from that automatically. No. It takes time to leave off from these ways and these customs. So this is why the Creator put them through certain situations so that he can prove to them. He put them through the wilderness so he can prove to them, listen, I am God. Look what I just did. I got prayer raining from heaven. There's no water around. Go hit the rock. He said during the travels by day, a pillar of cloud has led us. During the travels by night in the wilderness, a pillar of fire led us. All these things God did to strengthen our belief in God, because he knew what type of people he was dealing with. And God knew he was dealing with a people. He knew the type of people he was dealing with. Prove us. That's right. Tamshi.
Unto thee it was showed that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God. There is none else besides him. Verse 36.
Tamshi.
Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice.
Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice.
That he might instruct thee. And upon earth he showed thee his great fire.
Tamshi.
And thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire.
Tamshi.
And because he loved thy fathers.
And because he loved thy fathers.
Therefore he chose their seed after him.
Therefore he chose their seed after him.
And brought thee out in his sight with his
brought
mighty
thee
power.
out of his sight with his many powers. It's only because he loved Abraham. He got an agreement and a covenant with Abraham. So because he loved Father Abraham, he remembered his seed.
Heard they cry.
He remembered their seed. He remembered Abraham's seed. And they cried out, and God heard their cry. And he remembered his covenant that he had with their fathers. And brought the nation up out of Israel, out of Egypt. Tamshi.
To drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land on inheritance as it is this day.
Tamshi.
Know therefore this day and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, he is God in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath. There is none else.
So know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, he is God in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath.
Right.
And there is none else.
Right.
There is no other God.
Right.
There is no one else here with me. He wasn't talking to nobody when he was creating the earth. The only was there with God was his angels. That's it. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes, and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee.
He said, keep his laws so that it can be good with you, so that it can go well with you, and then it will go well with your seed. So it's not going to go good with me if I go against God. It's not going to go good with my kids if I go against God. Okay, Tamshi.
That thou mayest
the word for going well is tetiv, meaning you are not going to improve. You're not going to improve. Okay, Tamshi.
And that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee forever.
Tamshi.
Then Moses severed 3 cities on this side Jordan.
Moses severed 3 cities on this side Jordan towards the sunrise, which means he separated. He separated 3 cities. Tamshi.
That the slayer might flee thither, which should kill his neighbor unawares.
That the slayer might flee thither, which should kill his neighbor unawares. He didn't know to kill. Razak means to murder, which murdered his neighbor unawares. It was by mistake.
And hated him not in times past, and that fleeing unto one of those cities he might live, namely Bezer in the wilderness, in the plain country of the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead of the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan of the Manassites. And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spake unto the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. On this side Jordan in the valley over against Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel smote after they were come forth out of Egypt. And they possessed his land, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, which were on this side Jordan toward the sun rising, from Aroer, which is by the bank of the river Ornon, even unto Mount Sion, which is Hermon.
Okay, cut that, go to Psalms chapter 12. Got it?
Psalms chapter 12.
Psalms chapter 12.
Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments, which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God.
That's not Psalms.
Two, right?
12. Psalms chapter 12. Got it?
Psalms right now. I have to switch. Okay. Help, Lord, for the godly man sees it.
He said, help, Lord. Help, Lord. Hoshea. Hoshea means help. It also means to succor. It means to give assistance and support in times of distress. So our forefathers depended on God 1,000%. Anytime they was in distress or they need answers or anything, they turned to God. But when they wasn't in good standards with God, God hid his face from them, which caused them to get out of line. Like Saul. Saul went, he wasn't getting no answer from God, so therefore he went and consulted the witch Endor to get answers. Talking about call up Samuel. And when Samuel came up, he didn't like what he said. Told him and his son is going to be with me tomorrow. He said after that, he fell straightway. He went down, man. But that was the mentality of our forefathers. Once they wasn't getting any response or no answer from God, they got desperate, man. Because that's what they depended on God. And they was willing to do any and anything to get an answer from God. Tamshi.
Help, Lord, for the godly man sees it, for the faithful fail from among the
For
children
the
of
godly man sees it. Huh? What is godly? What does it mean to be godly? So the word godly, the Hebrew word is kasid. Huh? Come from the word kasidai. Kasid means pious and faithful. Okay? What is pious? To be pious means devoutly. Devoutly means a person that shows or emphasizes deep feelings in commitment to God. He shows it in his talk, in his lifestyle. Huh? This is so a person that shows or emphasizes deep feelings and commitment to God. Those are the traits of a pious man. Tamshi. No, hold up, my bad. Faithful means loyal and steadfast with God. To be loyal and steadfast with God. That's the definition of faithful. Loyal means showing firm, constant allegiance for God. Firm and constant allegiance for God.
Wow.
Steadfast is what? Resolute. To be resolute means a determined person. Your mind made up. When you're determined, when you got the determination to serve God, your mind is made up. There is nothing could turn me away from serving this God or from doing these laws. I could be on my deathbed. Death not going to change me. You can have the gun to my head. That's not going to change me. You might as well pull the trigger because I'm not going to eat the swine. And you have some people that don't have that determination, that they ain't tried. They not die for God and his laws. Shoot, not me. He said, they said do it. I'm going to do it to save my life. Because you got to be allowed to serve the Most High. The people say, come on now. What kind of question is that? Our forefathers didn't do that. Our forefathers died for the laws of God, and they chose death other than to break his laws. So that's the mind frame that we need to get to. Are we truly ready for that? Huh? Dutifully. Dutifully means conscientiously or obediently fulfilling one's duty. Huh? Firm and unwavering. Firm determination to serve God. Be firm in your purpose. Be firm in your belief. Be firm in your life and the lifestyle that you're living. Okay, Tamshi.
Verse 2. They speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor.
They speak vanity. Every one of his neighbor. Dabar shao. Right? Dabar shao means excessive pride. Excessive pride is self-praise.
Okay.
Self-praise is when you pick yourself up above other people like you're better than them. You do this better, I do this better, and nobody could do this better than me. I could do this better than this. I could do that. That is pride. That's pride. So those things we need to muffle it and stop. Okay? Excessive pride is one's appearance, qualities, and abilities. Okay? Okay? Now, you know what that sounds like? Narcissism. That's the new word now.
I love that word, man.
Everybody is a narcissist. Oh, he's a narcissist. Oh, he's a narcissist. Oh, no, I ain't no narcissist, man. I'm not no narcissist. You know why? Because a narcissist disregard other people's feelings. When can you prove that I disregarded your feelings? But I didn't regard you in no point of way or action. Which means you made something all about you. A narcissist is a deepening of intellectual vanity into a kind of self-infatuation. When did I do any type of self-infatuation about myself? Huh? Self-praise, excessive interest and admiration of themselves, which causes them to lack the ability to understand or care about the feelings of others. So when you disregard how people feel, okay, the laws of God, a person that's following after the laws of God, we can't be narcissists. You can't be narcissists.
Right.
Okay, time sheet. They speak vanity, time sheet from the beginning. 2.
Verse 2. They speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor.
They speak vanity, everyone to his neighbor.
With flattering lips.
With flattering lips. You know what the flattering lips is? Smooth lips. You only saying things what people want to hear. You're not telling the person the truth. Go ahead, read.
And with a double heart.
And with a double heart.
Do they speak.
Do they speak. Now, double heart. What is a double heart? A double heart in the Hebrew, it says, Beled Waled. Okay? Beled Waled. When you look that up, it means inner man or inner will, right? Inner man is what? Everything we are is on the inside. Whatever we are, however we is inside of you. It's inside of you. You got to be able to detect and be able to discern what is good and what ain't good. What is good, what is evil, what I need to change, what I need to let go of. Okay? Everything we are is on the inside of us. Your heart, your mind, your thoughts, and our emotions. All that is inside of us. Right. Most of these things is developed during upbringing, during training, from a child.
Talk about it.
So you develop these kids' thinking pattern and how they think and their emotions and their feelings towards things in life by how you train them and raise them up.
Their view.
Their view.
Teach them their view.
My son not going to accept homosexuality because I teach him against that. To where another person's son will accept it because he said, well, God is the judge and I accept all. Speak these foolishness.
You love all. You love them all.
I can't accept all because God don't accept it.
Talk about it.
Okay? A double-hearted person speaks good and evil about a person. They speak both. Good and bad. Double heart. Huh? Now you know if you have a double heart. Because some of you sitting in these seats speak good and bad. Both. That's why you don't see why the righteous in the book. Listen, look. You don't see why the righteous in the book. He said, my lips. He said, guard my tongue from evil. And my lips are speaking guile. Huh? So now we have to train ourselves to only speak what? Righteousness. Because when we speak evil and speak things contrary and adultery and all these things that we want to get into, you have a double heart. What kind of person are you? You emanating righteousness and you speaking this. Which one is it? Huh? I just learned that today, man. We got a double heart. I got a double heart. So I got to train myself not to speak things that's contrary to God. I'm getting into conversations that God don't like, that God hate, that God despise.
Talk about it.
We don't want to be truthful with ourselves. That's our problem. We don't want to be truthful with ourselves. We need to be truthful with ourselves so we can detect it.
That's right.
Detect it. There it goes right here. Pull it. Get rid of it. It ain't there no more, Lord. Huh? Let's read it.
The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips.
And the Lord shall cut off all flattering lips. Huh? To extirpate, to wipe out, to pull up from the root, to uproot you. When God uproot you, it ain't growing no more. You ain't growing no more. Flattering lips. Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 3.
Go ahead, read.
The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things.
Hold up. And the tongue that speaketh proud things. It don't say things. It said the tongue that speaketh proud. The word for proud is gadol. I had to look it up because I know gadol means big. But when I looked it up, gadol in the Hebrew, it means haughty or insolent. It says he will cut off all flattering lips and the tongue that speaks proud. All right? Haughty, insolent. So when we speak haughtiness, God is going to cut you off. He's going to uproot you and you're not going to grow. Okay? No. Now what is haughty? Haughty means speaking in a cocky or superior way. I done heard those words too. Stop being so cocky about yourself. Because God is going to cut you off. God going to cut you off. God don't like us, want us to be haughty and cocky. He said, say that again?
They was humble.
They was humble.
Counted itself amongst the evil.
There was, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So these are godly traits that we need to take on to ourselves. But we sit down and we hear these things, but we don't put it into effect. Look, it go in one ear and out the other. And we go on in our life and say, man, the teaching was good, man. That's not what this is about, man. You know what this is about, man? You read it, God open your eyes to it, put it into effect. Start applying it, man. Because I'm applying it to myself. I don't know about nobody else. I'm applying it to myself. Believe that. Can't be speaking haughty, man. Now, what is haughty? Speaking in a cocky or superior way, showing arrogance and conceit. Arrogant and conceit. What does cocky means? Arrogant in an impudent way. Impudent way means what? Disregard for others. You disregard others. You don't have no regard for people. The only one you regard is yourself. That's it. And if it ain't about you, that's it. You can't serve God like that, man. Go ahead, Tom Sheet, verse 4.
Who have said with our tongue will we prevail?
Who has said with our tongue we will prevail?
Our lips are our own.
Our lips are our own.
Who is Lord over us?
Those are proud words.
Yeah.
Those are some haughty words. Our lips will prevail. Our lips are our own. I say what I want, and who's going to stop me? Go ahead, read.
For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy.
For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy.
Now will I arise, saith the Lord.
You see what God said? He said the oppression, Shin Dalit, means the oppression, the violence, or wrong done to the poor. You wake God up. God said, I'm going back to my spot. Well, by you oppressing the poor, he coming out of his spot. Oppression means what? Unjust exercise of authority. He gonna pop out on you. It said the sighing of the needy. It's lament.
They're not even praying to God.
The sighing of the needy. They're not even praying. They're just lamenting about and crying and groaning about the situation that they're in or the treatment. God heard that cry and he coming out.
Crying out with no words.
That's the same cry that God heard in Egypt. They wasn't crying. They didn't even know who God was. They didn't even know who God was. They were just crying and groaning from the burden. God saw these people. God saw these people, the situation that the people was going through, and he didn't like it. He said he didn't like it. And by the people was groaning and all that, he said, I remembered Abraham and his covenant. He said, I got to get these people up out of here. Come on, man. Let's read.
For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy, now will I arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him. The words of the Lord are pure words, and silver
I will set him in safety from that puffeth at him. That breathe on him. You got to push up on him. You going down.
The words of the Lord are pure words.
The words of the Lord are pure words.
Right.
the laws and the commandments of God are pure laws, pure commandments. There's nothing, there's no blemish in these laws.
No loophole.
There's no loopholes in these laws.
No flaws.
But people find flaws in the laws of God.
Yes.
Why? Because they have a hedonistic mentality,
Yeah.
which caused them to disagree with what
Yeah.
God says.
Right.
Which caused them to go against what God says. Huh? But okay, you going against it, and I don't accept it. But acknowledge that with yourself, and acknowledge first. I want to hear that I acknowledge that I do need to change.
Yeah.
I need to start accepting the things that I don't, that I hate and despise, that God accepts. Acknowledge that
Yeah.
and start changing.
They too proud for that.
They want to remain the same way.
Yeah.
Tom, see,
And silver tried in the furnace of earth, purified 7 times.
Tom, see.
Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation
Thou
forever.
shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them.
From this generation forever. The wicked walk on every side.
The wicked walk on every side. He ain't everything.
Yeah.
When the vilest men
When the
are
vilest
exalted.
men are exalted. The word for vile, he said the vilest men are exalted. The vilest man is given what? Titles.
Right.
I'm gonna give you, make you a title, man. You're a chief man.
Charge.
And the chief man bald. The man that you done made a chief, he eat blood and fat. The man that you just made a chief, he don't regard the Sabbath day.
You a priest, brother.
You're a priest, my brother. Gadol, priest, high priest. He's a high priest. Violence of men. You know what vile means?
Right.
Being unpleasant.
Yeah.
Being unpleasant, immoral, and unacceptable. Offensive in words and actions. So when you're vile, you are offensive in words or actions. You say things to offend people. You do things to offend people. You're vile.
Yeah.
These are ways that we need to stop.
Yeah.
We are vile.
That's
right.
So watch what you say,
That's right.
not to offend.
Right.
You don't do things to offend.
That's right.
But again, it's going in one ear and out the other.
Yeah.
That's why you look at the person and say, man, you ain't got to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't got to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, okay, don't do that then.
Come on.
Because now you're offending the person.
Yeah.
I don't care. If you don't care, God cares.
Okay.
All you're going to do is dig a ditch for yourself.
That's right.
You're digging a hole for your own self
That's right.
by being vile.
That's right.
Vile is something that God hates,
That's
and
right.
you will be hated.
Yeah.
You're sitting there thinking like you're doing something. You ain't doing nothing.
Yeah. That's right.
Nothing.
That's right. You're right.
Unpleasant. A vile person is unpleasant. Okay, let's see what unpleasant means. Because we ain't gonna never learn what not to do, so we don't get put, so God don't put us in that category. Unpleasant means what? Causing discomfort, causing unhappiness, or revulsion. When I cause you to be discomforted, when I cause these things to you by my actions and the things that I said, what is discomfort now? How do I make you discomfort? To make someone feel uneasy, embarrassed, anxious.
Oh, wow.
That's good.
Keep it up there.
Nobody
Keep
likes
on doing it.
Nobody likes that.
But
Nobody
be on.
likes
Go ahead.
Got you.
Go ahead. Keep doing it.
Teach.
You will be cut off.
Teach.
God is going to cut you off because we do these things.
Got you.
We do these things, causing people to feel uneasy.
They don't
What is uneasy? Causing feelings of anxiety or causing a person to feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
To where they say, well, man, I don't
I'm
want
not
to be here
going
no
over there
more.
no more.
I don't want to come back here no more because of what you did to me
Yeah.
and how you made me feel.
Yeah.
So you expect the person to keep coming back?
No.
No. You done make the person feel a certain way.
Not well
So now when the person run, you say he's evil. No, you evil.
The brother said that's why Jacob was finna leave Laban's house.
That's exactly why Jacob wanted to leave
started changing.
Laban's house.
Chases.
Everything started to change and flip.
Trying to go.
The treatment flipped and changed. So Jacob said, the natural next thing to do for me is live. I'm not gonna stay where I'm not accepted at. I'm not gonna stay where everybody's face is distorted and they're not welcoming me. They're not welcoming me like before. You can feel the vibe. So it's time for me to go. That's right. Revulsion, sense of disgust and loathing, feeling of repugnance, dislike, and distaste. We got a lot of work to do, man. And we have to be on point with ourselves that we don't do these things to people. That we don't do these things to people. We got to stop being offensive.
Break it down.
We got to stop being offensive. Saying and doing things to offend people because God don't like it. God don't like it. But you expect me to like it. I don't like it because God don't like it. That's not the way I am. That's the way you shouldn't be neither.
That's right.
So let's go to Psalms 1.
Okay, break it down. Break it down.
Psalms chapter 1. Got it?
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. The word for blessed, it means to glorify. It means to speak good about, to speak gratefully of. So now I got to be careful of what I speak good about. I got to be careful of what I speak good about. Because I may be speaking about something good, speaking good about something that God hates. I may be speaking good about something that God hates. So I can't look at you and laugh and say, man, make you crazy, man. No, make you crazy. Tell him when you went wrong. Yo, man, you wrong, so you shouldn't have did that.
He's just a heathen. He's just a heathen.
You can't do that, man. You did this, you did this, you did. You can't do that, man. You're wrong. Even as a heathen. Even as a heathen. I can't agree with the heathens. I can't agree with the people that out there doing things. And now you crazy. You shouldn't do that, man. You have no morals. Oh, I slept with the daughter and the mother. You have no morals. You bugging. You bugging. You gotta shoot that down. You gotta shoot these things down, because when we don't shoot these things down, then God look at us and say, we agree with it. God look at us and say, you just like them. God look at you and say, you the same. I don't want God look at me and say I'm the same.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm not the same. Don't deal with me like these people, like my father. He said, oh, Lord, don't deal with me like you deal with the rest of these people, because I ain't like them. And then after saying that, because you said it, you got to start doing things different. You got to eat different. You got to dress different. You got to think different. Everything about you got to be different. If you're telling God you're different, and for God to deal with you different, even your entertainment got to be different. Everything. Oh, it ain't against the law. Yeah, it ain't against the law. But our forefathers didn't entertain themselves with it. So therefore, I'm not going to entertain myself with it. See, we need to realize something, that we don't have no prophet here to inquire of God. The things that you may be doing and think you're okay doing, God may be shunning them. That's why he gave us the examples right here. God gave us the examples right here that we read about. He said, follow these men, because they knew the way. These men that we read about knew the way of how to draw God's attention towards me. They knew God. They had a personal relationship with God.
Not you.
We ain't got no personal relationship with God because we keep violating. The person talking about he got a personal relationship with God, he's bald-faced. He don't have no hair on his face, no hair on his head, walking around with a penguin suit.
Go to the barbershop.
Come on, man.
Every week.
To glorify, to speak good about. Right? To glory means what? Common consent. You know what common consent means? To be in agreement with, to approve of. So we got to watch what we agree with. There's no way that me and you should be in common consent when we have two different lifestyles.
Okay, all right.
What do we have in common if we live two separate lives? You don't live and order your life according to what God says. So therefore, there's nothing that we're going to agree on. Because your agreement is different, opposite to what God agrees with. What you despise, God don't despise. What you hate, God don't hate. And my mentality and my thinking pattern is towards God's thinking pattern. Okay? Now, so when you agree together, your opinions, your feelings, and your purpose is the same. We have the same opinions. We have the same feelings, which we ain't supposed to have the same feelings. We have the same purpose, which we ain't supposed to have the same purpose. Tom Sheep.
In the counsel of the ungodly.
The counsel of the ungodly. You know what's the word for the reshaim? The counsel of the guilty, of the wicked. Tom Sheep.
Nor stand in the way of sinners.
Whatever you stand for, you agree with.
That's right.
What?
I said, whatever you stand for, you agree with. That's why you support. That's why when they start singing the Star Spangled Banner and you stand, you better sit down, you agree. You agree. When I'm on the job and 9/11, September 11th, 2023 came, and everybody stood and gave a moment of silence with their hard hat on, I sat with my hard hat on. I only stand for the commandments of God. I only stand for the commandments of God. That's it. That's what I give respect for. Oh, you ain't gonna take your hard hat off? No, I'm not.
We hear you more.
I ain't gonna tell you what I said, man. I said, no, I'm not. I said, I'm not an American. You know how I live. I'm not standing for no flag. What? I'm not standing for no. I'm not standing for none of that. Leave me alone. Once they did that, I disappeared. Kept my hard hat on. I'm gone. Y'all go ahead and do your worship. Because I'm not like you. We ain't the same. Tom Sheep.
Nor sit it in the seat of the scornful.
Nor sit it in the seat of the scornful. That means what? You know what that means?
Talk about it.
When you sit in the seat, you're a scorner.
Talk about the scorner.
You have sat in the seat of a liar. You're a liar. And a scorner can't be corrected.
Nope.
A scorner can't be corrected no matter what. There's no changes in that scorner. Okay? So when it says to walk, not in the counsel of the ungodly. My father said, he said, look up that word. This is when God is dealing with you, man. He said, man, look up that word walk. It says halak. I said, man, it just means walk. He said, listen, man, do what I said. I think he told Prince Zachariah. Yeah. So he said, Zachariah looked up halak. He read all the definitions. You know what's next? You know what happened after that? He ran into a definition that fits what he was reading. Halak, it means to walk, or to go. It means to go, right? It means to follow a certain course or procedure or a way of life. Which means the course and the procedures that the heathens follow, you can't follow. You have to pull away from that. The heathens sit down at the table and they hold hands and they say grace before they eat. I don't pray before I eat. You know why? Because I read in the book where the book said, when you have eaten and you full, then you shall bless the Lord your God. So you eat first and then you haven't even ate yet. Suppose you die before you eat.
I can't throw no more Super Bowl parties.
Huh? So we got to be careful of the course and the procedure that we follow. That's not the course and the procedure of our forefathers. Right. Follow the courses and the procedures of our forefathers. Very easy. It's not hard.
Talk about it.
All you got to do is ask yourself, did my forefathers do this? No, don't do it. Why we don't have a weaning party? I don't read and see no weaning party because the women don't want to breastfeed. Right. They said the baby bit on it. But when I bite on it, you like it. You like when the man bite on it.
Talk about it, brother.
We all grown up here. Ain't nobody here virgins. You'd rather the man bite on it than the baby. All you got to do is tap him in his mouth and let the baby, get the baby suck. But we pull the breast away from the baby And God compared the woman to the ostrich. Read Lamentation, and God, you read what God said about the ostrich.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Tom sheet.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate.
Hold up. That's verse 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, stay in verse 2. Hold on 1 second. Counsel. Azah. It means advice. Purpose. Now, a purpose is your goal in life. What is your goals? My goals should not be to have 2 houses, 3 houses, 4. My goal is to peak in righteousness.
My goal is to be.
That's my goal.
Rapper.
My goal is to peak in righteousness. And when at my highest peak in righteousness, I desire that God kills me. Kill me at the peak of my righteousness so I don't decline.
Right.
I don't want to decline. I don't want to come down. I don't want to come down. Take me out at the peak of my righteousness so I may go and lay up with my forefathers.
Right.
Huh? So when a person's mind is not towards God, his or her counsel will be according to his or her heathenistic thoughts.
Right. That's how it
Talk
goes.
about it.
Huh? When your mind is not towards God, you're going to counsel the person contrary from what God says. So now we have to be careful who we go to for counsel, because they're going to counsel you and give you advice contrary and opposite. A woman come to me with advice. Well, my husband, he said he want another wife, and he's talking to another woman. I'm not going to counsel her and tell her to get a divorce.
No.
I'm not going to counsel her and tell her to leave him.
Right.
Say humble yourself.
You know why I ain't going to tell her counsel her and no? Because the first thing I'm going to do is tell her, I said, listen, okay, your husband is doing this, he's doing this, he's doing this. First thing you need to realize, woman or sister, is that he's not violating the laws of God by saying that he wants another wife.
That's right.
And he's able to take care of this other wife,
That's right.
then you shouldn't be angry with that.
Right.
Because God accepted.
Go.
Okay?
God said it's okay.
Because God accepts it.
That's right.
No matter what the man do.
But the reason why we because our mentality and the way we think and the way we was raised this is why we can't accept that.
Sister, you shouldn't even be coming to me. Go
Why
buckle
we
down to
couldn't
your
accept
man.
that, all right?
Abigail didn't run from Nabal.
Abigail. No. Abigail didn't run from Nabal.
She stayed under his rule.
Right.
He was churlish.
Yeah, he was churlish. He was definitely churlish. But he didn't remember how he treated her bad either.
No.
But he was churlish in his ways.
She stayed
She stayed in her place. That's
Buckle
right.
down.
Where we at?
Verse 2. But his delight is in the law of the Lord.
His delight is in the laws of God. That's what you delight in. This is what we are supposed to be delighting in, the laws of God. We find delight in everything else. You know what I find delight in?
Naturally.
Once you start reading, and reading sometimes get good. And you start looking up words in the Hebrew, and it makes you want to keep going. You sit there for hours going through a whole chapter from transforming it or going back and forth from English to Hebrew. From English to Hebrew.
Yeah.
He said, and in this law does he meditate day and night. The word for meditate is what? Yehigeh. Right? It means to meditate. It means to speak, to reason, to read. Okay? Oh, man, I skipped over a whole lot. I skipped over something. It says, nor standing in the way of sinners, right? To agree, to accept, to be similar. Nor sitting in the seat of the scornful. You know what it says in the Hebrew? I gotta go back. It says, B'moshab, letzim, lo yashab. You should not dwell in the habitation of scorners. You should not dwell in the habitation of scorners. When it said, "Nor sit in the seat of the scornful," in the Hebrew it says, "You shall not dwell in the habitation of scorners," which means you are going to be you're going to be on point with who you live with. You're going to be on point with your surroundings, with who you live with in the house.
Okay.
And a scorner is one that rejects or refuses. A scorner is one that rejects or refuses. And sometimes certain things go on in the heavens and you don't know what happened. You don't know why. But God, look, he said, this one here, get this one, get him away from her.
Talk about it.
Oh, this one, get her away from him.
Talk about it.
Guess what? You don't know what's going on up there.
Talk about
But
it.
you're around a bunch of people that reject God. You're around a bunch of people that refuse God.
Okay.
So he starts pushing people out.
Talk about it.
Pushing them out. Right? Time sheet. Verse 4, right? Verse 2?
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord. Time
And in
sheet.
his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the river.
And he shall be like a tree.
Planted by the rivers of water.
Once you begin to delight in God, God said you're going to be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. Go ahead.
That bringeth forth his fruit in his season.
That bringeth forth his fruit in this season.
His leaf also shall not
His
wither.
leaf also shall not wither.
And whatsoever he
And
doeth
whatsoever he doeth shall
shall
prosper.
prosper.
Now that's a metaphor. You know what's the tree? The tree is the man. And what comes from the tree? The leaves, which is the man and his seeds. So by the man pushing towards God, he's not going to cause his seed to depart away, to fall off from God. He's not going to cause his seed to fall off from God. Maybe you may run into some. But you're going to have a good amount that stands. You're going to have a amount that stands, a good amount.
Talk about
And
it.
look, the majority of them is men.
Talk about
The majority is the boys.
it.
Time sheet.
The ungodly are not so.
In the Hebrew it says different. The ungodly is not so. Lo King Hadeshaim. The ungodly is not honest. This is why, you remember what Allah said? No, not Allah. Prince Zechariah. He said he was talking to a man, and the man told him, he said, you want to be godly? So he stopped. He said, don't never lie. He said, don't never lie. And now you read here in the Hebrew, it says, the ungodly is not honest. So the ways of godly men, we have to be honest in the things that we do and say.
Right.
Our actions have to be honest actions.
Right.
The things that we say, we got to be honest in the things that we say.
That's right.
Or else we're ungodly. I don't want God to look at me and say I'm ungodly.
Okay.
I done told enough lies. I lied enough. And lie and lie and lie and lie and lie.
Yeah.
Worried about how you feel. I don't want to hurt you.
That's right.
And I'm considering your feelings, so I lie.
No.
I don't want you to portray or look at me one way, so I lie. It's time up for that.
That's right.
Forget about how you look. I'm going to tell you the truth. This is what it is. Forget about hurting the person's feelings. I'm going to tell you the truth. This is what it is.
Yeah,
Why? Because this is what God requires of you. It's time out for that. What I'm going to do? I'm going to go to my grave being a liar?
Not telling the truth.
And not telling the truth?
Talk about
Time sheet.
The ungodly are not so, but are like the shaft which the wind driveth away. Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment.
Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in what?
In the judgment.
Shall not stand in the judgment. In the judgment.
They'll get judged.
Go ahead.
Nor sinners in the congregation
Nor
of the
sinners
righteous.
in the congregation of the righteous.
For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish.
Okay. Let's go to the Apocrypha.
That sounds like the righteous only one getting judged.
That's right.
You wicked, you go
That's
straight
it.
to
You
the
ain't
spot.
getting
No
judged.
reason to judge.
Good.
Wicked ain't getting judged.
Good.
Let's go to the Apocrypha in Ecclesiasticus. I had it marked up. Lost my spot. Let's go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 7. In the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus chapter 7. Okay.
Do no evil. So shall no harm come unto
so shall no harm come unto thee.
Okay.
Apocrypha chapter 7. So when we do evil, what is evil? Violation of the commandments of God.
Okay.
So when we violate the commandments of God, you can expect harmful things or evil to come back. You can expect these things to come back because I'm putting it out.
Oh.
Whatever you sow, we live our lives in two parts.
Whatever you reap, gonna sow that.
We live our lives in two parts,
Talk about it.
right?
Talk about it.
We sow. To sow means to plant.
Right.
We sow, then we reap what we sow.
Right.
Means whatever you put out is coming back.
Okay.
Whatever you put out is gonna come back. Tom Sheet.
Depart from the unjust.
Depart from the unjust, which means I gotta be selective with who I hang around. I shouldn't hang around you because you're unjust.
Talk about it.
And you're evil.
Talk
and
about
you're wicked. So now I am alone.
Separation.
Now I'm by myself. I have to separate myself from you. I can't hang with you, purple.
Say it again.
Can't hang with you.
I can't. Shalom.
Can't hang with you, man. Because when we hang with these people that is unjust, then their ways, it has an effect. Yeah. It rubs off and it has an effect on you because their mindset, it has an effect. It has an effect on your spirit. Why you think God says separate yourself? I said, why would God say to separate yourself if it didn't have an effect on your ruach, on your spirit? Not the physical, on your spirit. He said, you know why? He said, because you're going to follow their ways. You are going to follow after their ways, and you're going to, so stay away from these guys here. She said, stay away. Stay away. Where we at? Go ahead,
Verse 2.
Depart from the unjust.
And iniquity shall turn away from
Woo! This is one way to get rid of sin. You mean to say I can get rid of iniquity
I missed that.
by depart? Wait, read it over again.
Depart from the unjust.
Depart from the unjust.
And iniquity shall turn away from thee.
Iniquity shall turn away from thee. I can't see it. You can't see when sin comes. I said you can't see when iniquity comes because iniquity is a spiritual thing.
Okay.
It's a spirit. And when it comes, it's only going to come to your mind and they're going to tell you to do things that's contrary to God. It's a force that you can't see. It's an unseen force. God can see it.
See that.
When we commit iniquity, when we commit sin, and we bearing the sins of bearing our own sins and it's weakening us, God sees it because it's spiritual.
Yeah.
Spiritual. Tom Sheet.
My son, sow not upon the furrows of unrighteousness.
Sow not upon the furrows of unrighteousness.
And thou shalt not reap them sevenfold.
You have to worry about it reaping. You don't have to coming back to you. Whatever you, because you ain't put it out there.
Right.
You ain't did it. So you have to worry about this coming back to you.
Right.
Or this happening. Tom Sheet.
Seek not of the Lord preeminence.
What is preeminence? Preeminence is, if I'm not, importance. Importance.
Like
importance.
Exactly.
It says, seek not of the Lord preeminence.
Neither of the king the seat of honor.
Don't look for the king to put you up on the pedestal. Go ahead.
Justify not thyself before the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And boast not of thy wisdom before the king.
Justify not thyself before God. Just be quiet. Just don't say nothing. If you can't justify yourself, I don't justify that. Sometimes your parents don't want to hear you justifying yourself. He look at you and say, man, listen, man, be quiet and just listen. That's it. After I'm saying what I said, that's it. Just go inside. They don't want to hear it, and I gotta accept it because that's mama and papa. That's mama and papa. And when you have children, you want your kids to deal with you the same way.
Talk about it.
Uh-huh.
And boast not of thy wisdom before the king.
Uh-huh.
Seek not to be judged, being not able to take away iniquity.
So why are you seeking to be a judge and you can't take away sin? You can't take away iniquity. Uh-huh.
Lest at any time thou fear the person of the mighty, and lay a stumbling block in the way of thy uprightness.
Uh-oh, because when you do these things, now what's gonna happen now? He said you're gonna have, when you fear the person of the man, you know what I mean? Partial.
Right.
You're gonna be partial, right? Then after you, because you're being partial, now you're gonna lay a stumbling block in front of yourself. In the way of uprightness. Tom C.
Offend not against the multitude of a city.
He said, offend not against the multitude of a city. Don't go into a whole area that you're not known and offend the whole group, because they're all going to form on you. And you bet that day went out there, we had to back out into the cars. Started forming up, everybody surrounding us.
Coming out.
Only 3 men. They had to back up into the car. The driver was Tara. Go ahead, read.
And then thou shalt not cast thyself down among the people.
Uh-huh.
Bind not one sin upon another.
Bind not one sin upon another. Don't sin upon sin, upon sin, upon sin. Uh-huh. Bind not.
For in one thou shalt not be unpunished.
Tom C.
Say not, God will look upon the multitude. Verse 9.
Okay.
Say not, God will look upon the multitude of my oblations.
He says, say not, God will not look upon the multitude of my oblations. And when I offer to the Most High God, He will accept it. God don't give. He ain't gotta accept your offering. He don't gotta accept your prayers. Because in order for God to accept your prayers, you gotta be accepted.
Be so sure of yourself.
We bend the knee and we pray and we get up with our head up high, let God accept our prayers. But you just finished violent. Listen. In order for God to accept my prayers, I have to be accepted.
Right.
This is why Cain's offering was not accepted, because God did not accept Cain. We don't know why God did not accept Cain or what Cain did that caused God not to accept him. And how do you know that God didn't accept him? From what I read. When he sent up the offering, before I speak that, Solomon said a prayer. And at the end of Solomon's prayer, fire came from heaven and he accepted the offering. He accepted his prayer, which means Solomon was accepted. Cain and Abel, one was accepted, one was not accepted. One put out an offering, both of them put out offerings. Fire came down from heaven and sucked up Abel. I ain't got to read it there. That's how God shows that he accepted your offering.
Right.
So you use the book to back up certain things that we read in the book. Nothing happened with Cain. He didn't get a reaction. His countenance fell. He was sad. God came to him. See how close these people was?
Yeah.
He was sad.
Yeah.
His countenance fell, and God spoke to him. Even when he was not accepted. So he asked, he said, why your countenance has fallen? What you sad about? Has your father ever did that to you? He said, boy, come here, man. What's wrong with your face, man? Why you look like that? Any father gonna do that. I'm not gonna walk around and see my child all sad and blue. I'm like, come here, man. You got attitude. I said, you got an attitude, man. What's wrong? You sad? You looking sad? You mad because I got angry with you or did this? No, you mad? I said, what's wrong?
No.
Yes, sir. You gonna do that? That's what a father does to his kid. Concerned. And guess what? The same way you deal with your own kid, sometimes we need to learn how to deal with others that way, like as if it was yours. You don't deal with your kid that way. Don't deal with mine that way.
Right.
Talk about it.
You don't deal with your kid that way, and you give your kid certain treatment. treat mine the same way.
That's
Talk about
equity.
it.
Equity. Equal.
That's
Fairness.
equity.
That's
That's
right.
Equal, which means it
right.
don't have to be yours for
That's
you
right.
to deal with the kid the way
That's right.
as a child.
That's right.
That's right.
That's righteousness.
That's right.
You angry? You get the kids get golly, why you screaming at the innocent man? Go ahead, man.
That's
I don't
right.
want my child around people like that.
That's
Because all it takes is for that person to get angry. So
Uh-huh.
let me get my kid. You stay over
Talk
here.
about
You
it.
stay away from him
Talk about
or
it.
her.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
That's right.
Verse 10. Be not faint-hearted when thou makest thy prayer, and neglect not to give alms.
He said, be not faint-hearted
That's right.
when you go to give prayer. Right? And neglect not to give alms. Alms is charity. Right? But we want to give charity to people that don't serve God. And we have people here that's in need. You imagine me going out there buying somebody some shoes when I could buy somebody in here some shoes that need it?
Man.
Okay.
I'm not doing that. I have amongst my own ranks that need.
Word.
So if I have time to have a little extra and I see where it's needed, I'm going to do it. Yeah.
Right.
You ain't got to ask. I see where it's needed.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
Laugh no man to scorn in the bitterness of his soul.
Laugh no man to scorn in the bitterness of his soul. Why are you joking and making mockery on a man and he's bitter already?
That's not wise.
I'm bitter, man. I'm going through it and you want to scorn and make joke?
Yeah.
That's when the anger rises.
Yeah, man.
The anger is gonna rise.
It's not right. It's not right.
And he's gonna take everything out on you.
It's not right.
Time
For
sheet.
there is one which humbleth and exalteth.
There is one that humbled and exalted. Who's that? That's God. God humbles and God pick you up. God will exalt you and God will humble you.
Talk about it.
Time sheet.
Devise not a lie against thy brother.
Devise not a lie against thy brother, not to do the right to thy friend. Why are you lying on him? Why are you saying that the person is doing this and this and this and you don't have no proof? You know, that's what people do now. They have a thing called intuition. And my intuition don't scare me wrong. Your intuition can be wrong. So why about if I go by my intuition? And my intuition said that you did this and this and this.
Okay.
It ain't true.
And it ain't true. It don't have to be true.
Intuition can be evil also.
Because you're evil.
There we go.
Right.
You're not 100% righteous.
Okay.
So
could
your
be wrong.
feelings and your
You
intuition
could be wrong.
don't have to be right.
That's correct.
But in order for you to recognize that,
Uh-huh.
you got to recognize that you are evil. We walk around here like we good. I'm a good woman. I'm a good man. I'm a good woman. I'm a good man. No, you ain't. I'm blessed. I'm highly favored. Who's telling you that? You telling yourself that.
My heart telling you.
Your own mind. You done tell your own self lies.
Right.
Why? Because you ain't highly favored in the eyes of God. You ain't chosen by God, and you ain't good in the eyes of God, because you ain't doing the things that God accepts. Defiling and profaning the Sabbath, and you highly favored.
That's right.
Defiling and profaning the Sabbath, and you blessed. Defiling and profaning the Sabbath, and you good. Oh, that's not the only law. No, it ain't. Because some people know that you think that only you keep the law of the Sabbath no.
No.
You think that if you only respect your parents that you no, because God said we have to follow and do all his laws. But all the while you've been sitting here, you only pick and choose. You only pick and choose what you wanted to take. What you want to take in. I pick in this.
Right.
I ain't taking in that.
That's right.
I take in this.
That's
I
right.
ain't taking in that.
That's
And the
right.
things that they take in, they usually get
That's
you.
right.
Those are people,
Right.
dangerous people. Dangerous. Let's read.
Use not to make any manner of lie, for the custom thereof is not good.
Use not many words. Use not to make any manner of lie. but the customary orders is not good. The book shows you good customs. The book shows you evil and bad customs. What not to follow and what to follow. Read.
Use not many words in a multitude of elders.
Use not many words in the multitude of elders. Use not many words when you're around older people, because they know more than you. You doing a lot too much walking and talking, and you only 12.
Should be listening.
You only 16. You haven't even started life yet.
Right.
You don't know what life is about. So when someone that been through it is talking and saying something, listen, because they've been through it twice, 3 times, 4 times, 10 times. That's why King Solomon said, he said, listen, he said, I have loaned my heart to folly, so I will be able to tell you what to stay away from, what not to stay away from. And while he loaned his heart to folly, he still kept his wisdom, because God gave it to him. Anything that God gives you, don't leave.
That's right.
It doesn't go nowhere. So he was able to go into wickedness and evil, and he remained wise. And he remained wise, which means the regular person that delve into these things that Solomon delved into would have regressed. He would have fell off. Tom, see, where we at?
Middle of 14. And make not much babbling when thou prayest.
Make not much babbling when thou prayest. Oh my goodness. When I pray, I'm not going to have a 5-year-old lead a player.
No.
Don't do that.
Talk
about it. Because, first of all, when you read in the book, in the Chronicles, God said, pray. The prayers should be said by the words of King David. By the words of King David. Because there's a certain way to address God. There's a certain way to address God, and there's certain things that you shouldn't say when you're talking towards God. God. Nowhere in the book where I read where they address God as you.
That's right.
Thou.
They address the Creator as thou. Thou, O Lord, not you, O Lord. It has a different effect.
That's right.
It has a different meaning.
Right.
Thou and you. Look it up. There's more respect when you said thou.
That's right.
More respect, more honor comes with certain words. So certain words should not be used when we're saying prayers. And when we're praying, we should only be praying according to the words of King David. That's what the book says.
Can't make that praise.
You can't. And if you make up a prayer, you better be using King David's words.
That's right.
To where you can take out, pull in. But all these words are from King David.
That's
from the book.
That's right. That's right. Maybe you can't make up your own posture.
No.
Hate not laborious work.
Hate not laborious work.
Sluggard.
Laborious work is hard work.
Yeah.
Come on a construction site. Or be a landlord or a large building. And you know what laborious work is. You know what that is? I would see, because I come out and imagine how big of a building is with loads of garbage across. People don't care. They take it, don't spit, everything trash, and you just looking at this like, the first thing come to your mind is, man, I'm tired of this. Yo, the first thing come to your mind is, man, I'm tired of this. The heat wave, sun beaming. I know you see the shade.
Yeah, you got dark.
I got darker. Yeah. I'm in the heat wave, 90, 95 degree weather working, picking up rebar, sitting it on my shoulder, and it's burning, frying my shoulder. That's what you laughing at.
That's that yoke that was on Joseph's neck. The yoke
frying my shoulder with this hard work. And there's no way you could be lazy getting up at 3 to 2 in the morning to go work. Why? Because that's what God said to do. He said, if you don't work in your youth, what you going to have in your age? What are you going to have when you turn 60? What are you gonna have when you turn 70? What are you gonna have when you turn 80? What's gonna be coming in? You need benefits. And this is why I say that when you have a woman that okay, God said don't be promiscuous because what substantiates marriage is sex.
Right.
But if I'm truly serious about my woman that I want to marry, I'm gonna take her downtown and get papers. I'm going to get papers. You know why? Because she has the benefit for my benefits.
That's right.
I got to be able to take care of her with my benefits. She got to have access to my benefit so that if something happened to me, my wife is taken care of. I don't need my woman sitting on a train begging for change.
Or looking for a job.
Or looking for a job. She got to be stamped. She got to be set up.
Talk about it.
And that's the mentality of a man that's looking or that's wanting to. Looking for a wife. Looking ahead. Think right. That's the right way. You're looking ahead, man. You're doing things to set up your children. Right. Why? Because you don't want your child to struggle like you struggled.
Facts.
I don't want my kid have to go do that laborious hard work.
That you do.
That I'm doing.
Exactly.
I don't want him to do that.
Exactly.
So certain things I'm doing with him in his youth, hoping that it flourishes to make lifestyle easier for him or for her, for my daughter. No, man.
Get checks.
Brother said, he said, brother said, get off TikTok. He said, man, I'm trying to get checks. He's stupid. Oh, go ahead, read.
Hate not laborious work, neither husbandry.
Neither husbandry.
Which the Most High hath ordained.
Which the Most High has ordained. God has ordained it. From the day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he said, listen, from the sweat of your face, you're going to eat bread. You got to work to eat now. Now you got to work. Sometimes our forefathers is in the field all day, man. That's heavy work. That's all day.
Sun up, sun down.
Sun up, sun down. They come in the evening, yes. But that's the thing that God has ordained. They gotta go out there and work.
15-hour work.
Yes, man. Right. Tom C.
Humble not thy soul greatly, for the vengeance of the ungodly.
16, right? 16.
Number not thyself among the multitude of sinners.
Number not thyself among the multitude of sinners. Don't include yourself with people, with violators. We're not the same. I'm not the same.
Right.
Don't number yourself.
Right.
Right? Don't include yourself.
Right.
But I never said go ahead, read. We'll get to that.
But remember that wrath will not tarry long.
You said remember that wrath not gonna tarry long. So by you doing these things and including yourself, you're gonna taste the same wrath that's coming for them. Whatever's coming for them, you're gonna get. So don't include yourself with people, with violators that is against God. He said, okay, you want to be like them? It's okay, I'm gonna hit you with the same thing I'm hitting them with. I'm gonna hit you with the same thing that I'm hitting them with. Come see.
Humble thy soul greatly.
Humble thy soul greatly.
For the vengeance of the ungodly is fire and worms.
Woo! Humble thy soul greatly, because the vengeance of God, the vengeance of the ungodly is what? Fire and worms. When are we going to be getting fire and worms? Not now as we live. Fire and worms is when you die. Huh? Worms when they start feeding on your corpse.
Worms that don't die.
That don't die, they feed on you. Feed on that spirit. Huh? That's real shit. Go ahead.
Change not a friend for any good by no means.
We are in, hold that right there. We are in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse what?
18.
Verse 18. Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse 18. Where we at? Verse 18?
Verse 18.
Okay, Tom sheet.
Change not a friend for any good by no means.
Change not a friend for nobody. Why? Because the friend proved himself. I said the friend proved himself. And sometimes the friend don't come up short and mess up. But always remember that the friend proved himself. So I can't change this guy for nobody. Huh? Go ahead, read.
Neither a faithful brother for the gold of Ophir.
Not a faithful brother for gold. And because that's something that's priceless. A faithful friend and a faithful brother is priceless. It's priceless. It's worth more than gold. It's worth for money. Worth more than money. It's hard to find. Hard to find. Tom C.
Forego not a wise and good woman.
Forego not a wise and good woman. Wait a minute. I gotta look that up because I had the definition for that. And now I'm gonna show you what it means to forego. All right? Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse 19. All right? Forego. You said forego what?
Forego not a wise and good woman, for her grace is above gold.
Uh-oh. So there is certain qualities in a woman that's above gold. That's above money. That's above anything. Above riches. Okay? Let's see what forego means.
See how powerful this woman is?
You don't have the definition yet. Forego.
It's an old English word.
Yeah, man. Forego.
Google found it. Google your phone.
Yeah, you check it. Forego. I gotta look that word up. Because I want to know what it means to forego. Read that again.
Forego not a wise and good woman, for her grace is above gold.
Oh,
I think it's like
forego not a wise and a good woman. Right? It says, for her grace is above gold. Forego means to give up the enjoyment or the advantage of. Huh? When you enjoy this woman and the advantage that she has added on to your life.
Okay, I got you.
Huh? When you, son, that's the most beautiful thing. When you're with a woman and you're enjoying, y'all both are enjoying each other's company.
That's a fact. Yeah.
Well, that's when a man cut off of work and run home.
Yeah, don't need no friends.
He don't need no friends.
Yeah.
He don't need nobody. I don't want to hang out. I don't want to drink with the fellas. I don't want to hang with this. I'm running home. You know, that's what the dude starts saying. He's always with his woman. God, he said, forego not a wise and good woman. Right? To forego means to give up the enjoyments or the advantage of. Huh? To do without. To do without. Don't be without. Huh? Man, listen. You right about that, Tom C.
For her grace is above gold.
Her grace is above gold. What? You ain't get the. It's more. It's precious, man. More precious than any amount of money. Tom C.
Whereas thy servant worketh truly, and treat him not evil.
Oh my goodness. He said, your servant, he held you down. Your worker held you down. And what you did?
And treat him not evil.
You treated him evil. You repaid him evil for the good that he did for you.
Got him on the
You
block.
had a good servant. You had a good
Got him
worker.
on the block all day.
Good
Feed
worker.
him, man.
Tom C.
Nor the hireling that bestoweth himself wholly for thee.
Mm-hmm.
Let thy soul love a good servant.
Let thy soul love a good servant.
And defraud him not of liberty.
And don't defraud him of his liberty, which means give him a little leeway. Give him some freedom.
Right.
Huh? Let him go. Give him some time off.
Right.
Don't keep him working and working. He's a good servant.
Well, if you
Have a heart.
You mess up one time, give him a
Have a heart. Give him a
You want
pass.
the last
Have a heart.
one.
Consider. See, only a person that consider will be able to do these things.
Yeah.
You gotta have some type of consideration in order to do these things. Because if you don't, you're gonna do otherwise. Tom C.
Hast thou cattle?
Hast thou cattle? Do you have a cattle? Huh? Do you have oxes, deers, and herds? Well, you can't keep no deer in no pound. You got to go out and hunt the deers. Because the deers, they run all over the place. They're undomesticated. They're not like sheep and lambs. They hop. You put the fence up, the deer hop over the fence. She said, "Hast thou a cattle?"
Have an eye to them.
Have an eye to the cattle. That should tell you too how Abel was. Abel had a caring eye. He was a flock. He dealt with the shepherds and flocks and herds. And that tells you his mindset and his heart. His heart was different from Cain's heart. He was a man that dealt with shepherds and flocks. King David dealt with shepherds and flocks. He had an eye to where a bear come through or a lion come through. Man, he snatched the bear by his beard and smote him. And smote him. He said, I smote him. And killed the bear. He wasn't afraid of the bear. The bear come and snatched my deer and snatched my sheep. I'm running. I'm gonna run. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm scared. Bear. But these men took the sheep out the lion mouth. Came back with an arm and an ear piece to show that, listen, huh? That's when he was a child. But you know why these men did these things, man? Because they feared God, and God was with them 100%. To where they had full confidence in God, to where they will face a bear and they'll win. They'll face a lion and they'll win.
They only feared God.
They only feared God, and they was 100% with God. Tom She.
Have an eye to them.
Have an eye to them.
And if they be for thy profit, keep them with thee.
If you profit from them, take care of them. Keep them with you. Because they're profiting. They're making you profit.
You're using them.
That's right, Tom She.
Hast thou children?
Hast thou children?
Instruct them.
Instruct them.
And bow down their neck from their youth.
Don't wait till they get 20 years old to bow down their neck. See how old he is? That's when you bow his neck. When they're young, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, you bow their neck and you grill them and teach them. So that God said do it, because most of the time it's thick. Sometimes it won't stick, but it's a chance. Sometimes it will stick. It's stuck with us. Everybody, all our brothers and sisters don't serve God.
That's right.
We have brothers and sisters that's outside that don't serve God.
They serve Jake from State Farm.
They serve Jake from State Farm, the brother said. Jake from State Farm. Shoot. Tom She.
Hast thou daughters?
Hast thou children? Instruct them and bow down their neck from their youth. Tom She.
Hast thou daughters?
Hast thou daughters?
Have care of their body.
Have a care of her body. Have a care of this girl's body, of this baby's body, which means you don't send her out anyhow. Which means you teach her the importance of her virginity. And that's sacred. That's holy. That is something that when it's taken, your husband took it, and that, you take that, fold it, and you give it to the father. I don't see no tokens of no virginity, because I don't see no virgins. Where's the tokens? That is an honor. I can't wait.
High school.
My daughter get of age, and she go to get married, and she come to me with a rag with the tokens of my. Abi, this is my tokens of my virginity. Fold it. I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna say, wow, Hawks. You know how happy I'm gonna be. You know how happy I'm gonna be, because I know the man, or I know the person. The first man that took my daughter's virginity, that took it. That's it, man.
You can't allow her to date at 13 and 14.
Absolutely not.
Then she won't lose her virginity.
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not.
There's no such thing as faith.
Tom She, hast thou daughters? Have a care for her body.
And show not thyself cheerful toward them.
And show not thyself cheerful towards them. I'm cheerful and I laugh with them, but they know when I'm serious. To where when they do something, all I gotta do is look. Some of my daughters look at me, they look off, they look at me, they look off, they know I'll be staring. That means I need to stop. I ain't gotta say a word. All I gotta do is look.
That's mine, mother.
All I gotta do is look.
That's mine.
They already know. They know.
They know the look.
They know the look.
It's not true.
That's right. Tom Sheik.
Marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter.
So don't get mad when I ask for your daughter to marry her.
Backwards, man.
I didn't take her around the mulberry bush to defile her.
Like John John.
I ain't take her deep in the
Like John
fields to
John
marry
did.
her like John did. No, I ain't do that. I was honorable enough to come to your father and say, listen, man, I like your daughter, man. I would like to marry your daughter. The brother got angry at me. I said, all right, I'm sorry. Guess what?
John John.
Old Slickster got her.
John.
A slick Israelite
No,
that don't have no, a slick Israelite called John. That does not acknowledge the commandments, that does not acknowledge the ways of God, caught the sister and took her virginity in a basement.
Where's the sister now, bro?
Now the sister
He ain't
is,
even with her.
now the
John
sister
not with
is
her.
out doing.
John
Now the sister is out there.
John going by his business.
John going about his business, and the sister done married somebody else.
Sister celebrate Xmas now.
She celebrate
Yeah,
Xmas.
she married a stranger.
Yeah. Tom Sheik, where we at? He said, marry thy daughter, and so shalt thou have performed a weighty matter. I care. That's a good way.
Took care of the situation.
I can't wait to marry my daughter when she get of age.
Weighty matter.
Man, listen, take her around. Brothers start asking for her. Hey, okay, you like, oh, well, I'm the first time I asked you is what kind of job you have?
Okay. Right.
What kind of work do you do?
What is thy profession?
Don't tell me that you beat drums on the train. Because if you beat drums on the train, you're not marrying my daughter. There's no benefits in that.
That's right.
Don't tell me that you on 40 dudes with buckets.
Don't be a liar.
You can't be on 40 dudes hitting the bucket. You gotta go punch the clock. You gotta go work and go find a job with some benefits, a 9 to 5. And don't take my daughter from a situation to a worse situation.
That's right.
Don't take my daughter from a home and you're living in a box or wooden cardboard. No, you can't marry my daughter. Leave my daughter here because you yourself need help, brother. You have not acknowledged that you need help. You ain't doing the things to help yourself.
My daughter ain't supposed to leave and call me for money.
No. So,
Everything
go ahead, Tom
backwards,
Sheik.
man. But give her to a man of understanding.
Oh, give her to a man of understanding. Give her to a man of understanding.
Somebody that do law.
Huh? Give her to a man of understanding. A man of understanding is a man that what? That does law, that departs from evil.
That's right.
And we cannot use the laws of God. We see, we some slicksters. Israelite men are slick men.
Open it up, brother.
Because we use the laws of God
Talk about it.
for our own justification.
Yeah.
Don't do that, man. Don't use the Creator's laws for your own justification. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Talk about it.
Please don't do that.
Talk about it.
Be truthful with yourself and
Talk about
stand firm on. Come on, don't do that.
Talk about it.
Don't do that.
Okay. Talk about it.
Tom Sheik.
Talk about it.
Hast thou a wife after thy mind?
We are at Ecclesiasticus.
These questions.
We're in Apocrypha. In the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus chapter 7, verse 26. Because there are people that's coming in on the chat and they're not knowing where we're at, so I'm repeating it. Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha chapter 7, verse 26. Hast thou a wife after thy mind? You know what a wife after your mind is? That's the one mind principle. She thinks like me. Huh? Because we know why. And when your wife thinks like you, she has already accepted the leadership of her husband. She already has accepted that the man is taking charge.
Now,
She had already accepted to submit herself to her husband. But now we have to know today, the woman need to know what are they submitting to before they submit.
Okay.
Okay? You have to know what you are submitting to before you submit to it, because these men need therapy too. They just don't want to go for it. They think they don't need help.
Dang,
That's
brother.
right.
Huh?
That's right.
They think they don't need help
That's right.
because you have a lot bottled up in you. And by you having so much bottled up in you, it causes a reaction.
That's right.
It causes a reaction.
That's right.
And then you can end up either dead or in jail because you got so much in you that you need to release.
That's right.
Most of these men them need help. Most of these men them need help.
Talk about it.
Most of these men them need help.
A
A lot of help.
Talk about
Huh?
it, bro.
Not just the woman.
No.
Oh, well, sister, you deranged. No, you deranged. You deranged.
Talk about it.
God charged the men.
Yeah, talk about it.
We the ones that turned the woman away from God and did all this to the woman and did
That's
that
right.
and had the woman doing that.
Yeah, but
The men did it.
That's
right.
So stop looking at the
That's
woman
right.
like they the problem.
It was,
You the problem, man.
it was baking to the queen of heaven.
That's right.
Left them alone.
That's right.
He said, our husbands over there.
That's right.
That's right.
We are the problem, but we refuse to fix it. Because we're the men, and we want the woman to bend to our will and do this and do that. And you ain't listen and don't rebel. No, you don't be rebellious.
That's right.
Talk about it.
Why are you rebelling against God? Huh? You ever thought about that? Go ahead, read.
Hast thou a wife after thy
Hast
mind?
thou a wife after thy mind?
Forsake her not,
Forsake her not. Don't abandon her.
but give not thyself over to a light woman.
So don't give yourself over to a light-headed woman. Huh? A light-headed woman is a simple woman. Okay? There is certain women that you need to leave alone. There are certain men that you need to leave alone. Okay? Time sheet.
Honor thy father with thy whole heart.
Honor thy father with your whole heart. Wholeheartedly, you honor your father. Wholeheartedly, you honor your mother. So I'm not going to go live in Jersey and my mother live in Brooklyn. Because when my mother needs me, I need to be here at a hop, skip, and a jump. A lot of people say, oh, won't you buy the house in Jersey? The house is real nice out there. But if I go to Jersey, I'll be too far away from my mom.
They gonna
Call me a mama's boy.
you
Say what
mama's
you
boy.
want to say.
That's
But
what
I
they
only
gonna
got
call
one
you.
mother.
Even
My
Israelites.
father's not here. I miss him. And I need my be around my mom as long as God have her here. So I need to be here. On the weekends, I stay here with mom. I even sleep in her bed. I don't sleep in her bed.
All that stuff about mama's boy, that's a
Ain't no mama's boy, man. It had to be honored. In order to honor your parents, you got to be around. Guess what?
That's right.
Guess what? When you turn 80, you
gonna
listen to me.
Talk about it.
When you turn 80, because we're not going to stay in our 30s and 20s. So when you turn 80, guess what? You're going to want your kids around you more.
Talk about it.
I noticed that with my parents. When my father got older, he yearned more for his children to be around more.
That's right. Dang.
And when we didn't come around, he asked him, man, where was you, man? Why you don't come around and chill with your father? He said, he come inside, come home. He said, man, come here, man, get a seat, man. Sit down, chill, relax with me. He wants your company, man. Take some time out and relax with him. Talk. And that's what he wanted, man. As he got older, I noticed that's how he started to get like that. He liked that. Yeah, man. So we got to realize that, man. We need to realize these things, man, and start emanating and showing this. You can see it with your own brothers. This guy like when little locks come around. I call him little locks. Little pea shooter. It's little locks.
He comes alive.
He come around. Father happens. That's my son. Come upstairs. And he chill with his pops. That holds that holds a lot of weight in the heavens with God, man.
Talk about it.
That holds weight in the heavens with God. And when you get in trouble, he remember that. Nah, I ain't gonna do him like that. Because I remember how he held his father down.
That's right.
I ain't gonna do him like that
Right.
because I remember how he held his mother down.
That's
So
right.
okay, let me get you out of this trouble here.
Right.
Huh? You will have reserved good in the time of need.
Talk about
Let's read.
Yeah.
Talk about it. And forget not the sorrows of thy mother.
Forget not the sorrows of your mother. Don't forget the things that grieved her. Because if you forget the things that grieved her, you're going to repeat it. You know what I said? I said, man, my father said, he said, man, my father came to me and said, come here. He said, I never forget how you had my wife. You hear me? You grab me by the chair. He said, I never forget how you had my wife. You hear me? You grab me. He said, man, I'm laying down in my bed. Took me and they throw me on the cheek. He said, I'm laying down in my bed. He said, I go like this next to the bed. He said, my wife not there. I said, what in the world? He said, where's my wife at? He get up, he look. My mom's by the window, crying, mentioning your name. I said, man, he wanted to kill me out there. He said, because I had he said, mentioning your name. Other brothers. I gotta remember that, man. And not repeat what caused those sorrows and grief on us. Which means I cannot do things to get myself in trouble to go to jail.
Right.
Can't do that. Because that also goes on the dishonor. It also goes on the dishonor. Huh? It says, come see, where we at? Verse 28. Come see.
Remember that thou wast begot of them, and how can
Remember that thou was begotten of them.
and how canst thou recompense them?
And how can I repay them? How can you repay your parents, man? You know what that is? Before I was with my mother, I was swimming around in my father's testicles.
Your son getting older. Your son getting older.
My son just cracked up. Yo, I'm fine. He just cracked up. Because listen, son, all the kids that you're gonna have is in your testicles. Okay? You got male and female chromosomes. So when you get married and you have a wife and you ejaculate, it's either you don't know yet. The woman have eggs, the men have male or female chromosomes.
That's right.
So I said all the while I was living and swimming around in my father's testicles, my father put me and my mother in an incubator in an oven that I stayed in for 9 months. In water. How did a child or a baby form inside of the water and still breathe? That's God.
Yeah.
Think.
Formed in the womb.
So once the water break, the child gotta come out.
Gotta get out of there.
It's supposed to be opposite. Get the water out so the child can breathe. But the child is breathing inside of the water. And the water is like, you know what the water is? The water is like an egg.
Right.
The yellow is the embryo, is the baby. The white is the surrounding of the egg. And when it's the same,
Perfect analogy.
Same thing. And this is why people say, oh, you eat eggs. But we didn't eat eggs. We didn't eat eggs.
It's an embryo.
Because it's an embryo. And that egg has to be formed. That's why when you crack certain eggs, the blood is in the egg, the eyes just start hatching. That's why we didn't eat eggs. We left that. When God said the bird nest chance to be before you in the way. Right? He said, you see the young ones and the smell sitting on the eggs. God didn't say take the eggs.
No.
He said take the young with thee and leave the dam.
Take the young. We already
He said take the young with thee and leave the mother. The mother sit upon the eggs got to get hatched. No other bird can sit on that egg because there's a certain temperature that those eggs is used to, can hatch it. Only the mother.
The white in the egg is the water.
That's right.
The yellow is the whole way.
Right.
Curtain it
Right.
all.
Right. Read that verse again, brother.
Remember that thou was begotten of them.
Remember that thou was begotten of
And
them.
how canst thou recompense
How in the
them?
world can I repay the things that my mother did for me? All those nights that I kept her up, that I cried and cried and cried. She had to wake up at 2 in the morning to get a bottle and lose sleep. Next thing, she had to sleep light. She can't go into no deep sleep because she had to have that caring eye. She had to know and realize and remember that I have a baby here. So I have to have my ear and my eye have to be very sensitive towards that child. So when that child make a I'm up.
She hear it.
I hear it. I'm up. I'm up. The child is good. I go back to sleep.
She hear it.
Huh? There was a point in time where I slept all night. My kids was like months old, and there's some type of instinct. I'm laying down on the bed. I'm on the edge of the bed. Noah I had on my chest, held my hand there. I slept all night on that bed like this. And when I woke up, my hand was just like this. I didn't move to turn that way. That's just a protective instinct that parents have for the kids. Another example.
That's right.
Azaria was a baby.
Oh,
Azaria was a baby. Tara, my sister Tara, she's called the Crown. Crown Organics. She wanted to be a herbalist. Yeah. So she's the plug.
Give it a plug.
So she got the baby. She got her son Azaria. She's going down the stairs. Tara slips and falls with the newborn baby. She took the baby while she's falling, and she's holding the baby up.
Wow,
And she crashed down, bust her head, knocked her out. Still slid down the steps with the baby in her hand.
she's landed.
That's why God said, man. That's why God said, man, respect and honor your parents because they will go through things and do things for you that nobody else will. Nobody else will.
Right.
Tom Sheep.
Fear the Lord with all thy soul.
Fear the Lord with all our soul.
And reverence his
And
priest.
reverence his peace. His priest.
Love him that made thee with all thy strength.
Love him that made thee with all thy strength. Who is that? That's God.
Love him.
Huh? Go ahead and forsake
And
not his
not
ministers.
his ministers.
Tom Sheep.
Fear the Lord and honor the priest.
Fear the Lord and honor the priest.
And give him his portion.
Give him his portion.
As it is commanded thee.
As it is commanded thee.
The first fruits.
The portion is the first fruits. And the trespass offering. The gift of the shoulders. And the sacrifice of sanctifications. And the first fruits of the holy things. Those are the tithes and the things that goes to the priest. So when we pulled away and didn't give our first fruits up, the priest couldn't eat. So there came a point in time where the priest had to leave the grounds of the temple. Tom Sheep.
And stretch thine hand unto the poor, that thy blessing may be perfected.
Stretch your hand against the poor, that your what?
That thy blessing may be perfected.
Tom Sheep.
A gift hath grace in the sight of every man living. And for the dead, detain it not.
A gift had grace in the sight of every man's living. Every man love when someone give you a gift.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, you want to accept that.
Oh yeah.
A gift, and you wasn't expecting it.
Yes.
And you wasn't expecting it.
Yes.
Tom Sheep. And for the dead, detain it not. Tom Sheep.
Fail not to be with them that weep.
Fail not to be with them that weep.
And mourn with them that mourn.
Why? Because in the book it says that the heart is made better. The heart is made better and you are more on point with self. Tom Sheep.
Be not slow to visit the sick, for that shall make thee to be beloved.
Be not slow to visit the sick. But those things right there you ain't gonna never forget. You laid up in the hospital. To the person coming to visit you constantly, giving you, that's a lonely, that's a lonely spot.
Yeah.
Hospitalized, and you ain't getting no visits.
Talk about it.
You ain't getting nobody to come see you.
Talk about it.
Which means where did I stand with you?
Right.
Where did I stand with you? and you couldn't find time to come see me.
Man.
Huh? Where did I stand? Go ahead, Tom C. Tom.
Be not slow to visit the sick,
Uh-huh.
for that shall make thee to be beloved.
Uh-huh.
Whatsoever thou takest in hand, remember the end.
Whatever thou takest in thy hand, remember your end.
And thou shalt never do amiss.
Okay, now, he said, remember, right? Whatsoever thou takest in hand, remember the end. Remember how you was before you got
Before
it.
you got it.
Right.
Before you came up.
Remember how you was before you got it. So that way,
Don't
Stay
forget.
humble.
you'll know how to deal with it. You ain't gonna spend crazy. You ain't gonna go crazy because I'm remembering where I came from. I didn't have
I
nothing.
remember when I ain't had nothing.
I remember when I ain't had nothing.
A lot of people say that.
And with that, I already got what was bought.
Come on.
And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom, God.
Now call up the next speaker, teacher, and deep chief Mikal. Ben Love.
Right. Good Sam.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to Chief Head, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel, out of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to God.
I may ask, will we all please rise and repeat after me? And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is in thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long
that thy days may be long
upon the land
upon the land
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his
nor
manservant,
his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. The Most High give everything he give you with rules. Everything. Gave man, woman, marriage. There's rules that come with that. He gave you farmland, agricultural. There's rules that come with that. He gave you the flocks. He gave you the herds. There's rules that came with that. Everything in our life has the rules of God governing it. And that's what the 10 commandments are the base, the source of all of God's commandments that he gave to the children of Israel. But the first set that he gave them was these. And to do these, my Abba always said, to do these laws here, you don't have to use no money. No money. Each and every one of these 10 commandments could be done with you being broke. You don't have to have no money at all. Okay? So there is no excuse not to keep these commandments. Okay? Now we're gonna go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25 real quick.
Ecclesiasticus
chapter 25 in the Apocrypha.
We're in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 25. Huh?
Okay, read with me.
Okay. Ecclesiasticus chapter 25. In 3 things I was beautified and stood up beautiful both before God and men.
He said 3 things was beautiful before him. He said that stood up. There are certain things that are beautiful just to God. And there are certain things that is beautiful to God and man. And he's going to name a couple of things. He said 3 things that's beautiful, that when God see it, it's beautiful to him. And when man see it, it's beautiful to him. And these are the things, these are the standards, and these are the things that we strive for. He said, read.
The unity of brethren.
The unity of brethren. God said the unity of brethren. He compared the unity of brethren to the ointment. You know what the ointment is? The oil. There's oil.
Anointed oil.
All right? Anytime a king or a priest got consecrated to be a king or a priest, they got oil poured on them.
Right.
That holy anointing oil.
Right.
Okay? This oil came from olives. Okay? That's the only oil that they use.
Right.
Olives, olive oil. But they didn't buy their olive oil in the store the way we buy it.
Not cold press.
Not cold. It's not none of that.
Goya.
Okay? You got it out your own yard. Everybody had olives. Now, back then, olives was not eaten. Until the time of the Romans, that's when olives were eaten.
Right.
Olives in the ancient world was only used for its oil, okay, to be anointed with and to use for lamps, because they didn't use candles. Later on in history, the Romans took over and they created a liquid called brine, and they took the olives and put the olives in this brine. And that's what made it edible. That's why we can eat olives today. But back then, they didn't eat olives. It was only used for its oil. That's right. To have light for their lamps. But they didn't use candles.
Okay.
All of our lights were oil.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
So that's where it came from.
That's right.
So the unity of brethren was compared to the oil that was poured upon Aaron. Not just any priest. He compared it to that moment when it was poured on Aaron. God said, yo, man, it's like that day when Aaron got the oil poured on him. That's how beautiful it is when brothers come together and dwell in unity. Tamshi.
The love of neighbors.
The love of neighbors. neighbors. We don't have to be actual blood brothers to treat ourselves as brothers.
Right.
You're my neighbor, so I'm going to treat you just as well as I treat my brother.
Okay.
Let alone, look, I'm talking about us that serve God. Because see, once you serve God and I serve God, we don't have to live next door to each other. You're my brother and you're my neighbor. You're
That's
both.
Right. That's right.
And it said the love that we'll have for each other is beautiful between God and man, not just one or the other.
Okay.
When it's between God and man, this is a beautiful thing.
And a man and a wife that agrees together.
And the third, the top, look, what's better than 6 brothers? Look, what was better than the brothers of the Maccabees holding it down was a man and a wife that agreed together.
Somebody that's one.
That's what makes the man and the wife become uno. Echad.
Right.
This is what makes it say. He said one in the twain, right? Meaning they are one and the same.
Yeah.
They think the same.
Yeah.
They eat the same.
Yeah.
What he like, she like. What she like, he like. What he don't like, she don't like.
They discipline the same.
He backs him up. He backs her up. They're the same. It's like dealing with the same person.
Talk about
I can't play like the serpent and say, well, I'm gonna try to go to her.
Right.
It's not gonna work.
Well, I would have left the closet.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay? A man and a wife on that, for a man and a wife to agree together. This is a manly orientated nation, a male orientated nation, meaning that God made man first and gave man command first.
Right.
And he put the rulership of man over his woman and told the woman, allow Adam, allow your husband to rule, because now y'all not going to fall no more. You get it? With Adam, if she allowed Adam to rule, no man, no devil, no serpent, nobody can penetrate when he's not around.
That's right.
That's her strength.
That's right.
When he's not here, the man's not going to be here all the time. We die before the woman. We die before, most of the time, the man dies before the family. That's why we write wills and we leave back things. That's why Chief Shama was talking about making your woman have access, legal access in this day and time.
Right.
Okay?
You have widows, but no widower.
You have widows, but there's no such thing as a widower. Abraham was not a widower.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
He wasn't a widower. You can't make up these things. The only ones that were widows were the women. What made her a widow? She was married and her husband died. And she did not remarry. So now she is a widow, and she is looked at as a certain way now, being a widow. From God and man, God said you got to treat her different. Matter of fact, certain businesses that you do, you can't do with the widow. Like taking what you call that's a word. Taking collateral.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
You just gotta give her. She don't come and give up something for no. The widow, she gets. You can't take nothing from the widow. If she cries out, God said, I will hear her cry. And the man that does is a man that does that, not a woman. So I'm gonna kill you and turn your wife into a widow.
Your children
into fatherless. I'll turn the tables around real quick on you. That's why the treatment, we watch how we treat people. You just want to do good. You do good to everybody. That way, you're faultless. You do good to everybody. Who doesn't deserve it, you stay away from them.
Brother.
That's why when these laws teach about separation, when you get away from the unjust and the ungodly, you ain't got to worry about certain elements no more.
Okay.
You ain't got to worry about it rubbing off on you. You ain't got to worry about certain things coming in your house, because you don't have but so much people come in your house anyway. I'm real dead set on that. Only one that served God like me could come in my house.
Talk about it.
My man gotta wait outside. My homie guy, he gotta wait outside. No,
They don't want to come. They say you got too
don't
much
come
rules.
around.
I got too much rules.
Look. I got too much rules, right? You know why? Because God gave me these rules. They're not enough. They're not too much for me. I accepted them, so it doesn't feel like it's a lot. I accepted these rules. It doesn't feel like a burden. That's why God said, don't say that these laws is a burden. Don't say it's a lot of work. But that means you haven't accepted it. And by saying it's too much, you're going to quit. You're going to stop. I'm saying, and I've heard men and women say, this is too much. I can't deal with this. You didn't want to deal with it from the beginning. Okay? It just reached the peak now. And you spoke what's really on your mind now. But you don't want to ever get to that point, that level. That means God is pushing you out. All this goes in accordance with what God set up. Let your man rule you, your husband. Okay?
That's right. Talk about
You got relationships, but a woman say, you're not my husband. What she say? You ain't married me. And see, that's the problem. Everybody's hitching up and not getting married. So the laws don't apply now. It's a free for all. Because the first thing they say is, oh, that's your man? Did he marry you? I even hear heathens and say, are you married to him? Because it don't count if you're not married to him. You go to certain places, you better have paper.
that or the common law rule. 10 years.
Okay, and that only works in certain states. Certain states. New York is one of them. Certain counties.
Right.
They're pushing that out.
Pushing it out.
They're pushing that out. Because it used to be common law, it used to be good. If you live 7 years with a woman or with a man, that they respected that as a common law marriage. Okay? Now they're not respecting that no more because they don't want marriages. They don't want families. Families are controlled by who? The man. Get the man out the picture. Get him out the picture.
The woman welfare.
Get the woman, nigga, we got you where you don't need
You got your own crib.
Now I'm talking about the good man.
Facts.
A good man.
Talk about
A good man. Not talking about a gigolo. Or one dude that's gonna get everybody pregnant and keep it pushing. Because you got heathens like that, you got Israelites like that. Baby mamas. You're not supposed to have baby mamas.
Yeah. Had a woman working.
That means somewhere along the line, we or she or I was not following God.
Talk about it.
And whoever is still following God was correct.
Talk about it.
All of this is under a man and a wife that agree together. It is a beautiful thing.
Talk about it.
You know when it's real beautiful? When they old. Yeah, Chishama was on Utica Avenue. Hold on, you know, just out of that, two people walking real slow. Oh man, he was old, she was old. And you could tell they was sweethearts from back then.
Yes.
They ain't just got together.
Right.
White hair, not gray. White hair, not gray. And they holding hands. And he walking, and he got a smile on his face. Yeah. And she got a smile on her face. Why they smiling? They still together.
Got each other.
They still together.
Wow.
I'm going to point something out Chishama said earlier. You don't want to be old by yourself. Most people, old by themselves, have a lot of cats and a lot of dogs in their house. To replace companionship.
Water bugs and ants.
Okay? Just think about these things. There are a lot of people, they would do it over, they would have done it over because my son don't push everybody away. You don't want to be bitter like that. Man or woman. You got men like that too. You got women like that. You don't want to be like that. God didn't make it to you to be that way. It's somebody for somebody. Okay? But when the man and the woman agree together, now we can advance. This family can advance. This house can advance in serving God.
Right.
I wasn't going to say in economic, okay? We can advance in serving God, okay? And guess what? When you accept the rulership of your husband and he dropped things on you about God, you're going to understand it. I said, when your husband drops things on you, you may not understand it then. But when you open up and accept his rulership, God will cause you to understand. All you got to do is just follow what he's telling you. You're not going to understand all the time. Sometimes the man understands God quicker than the woman. Because we're a manly-orientated nation.
That's all.
So in order to understand me, you should accept my rulership like God said. And you will be able to understand me.
That's right.
And then maybe what I do over here may get you mad, right? It may not get you mad so much now. I hear people say, oh, how can she be with him and he's like that? You see how long they've been together? Believe me, she knows him and he knows her.
Yeah.
She has accepted, this is how my husband is. For me to accept my husband to rule, I have to accept how he is. Sometimes he get real boisterous. That's my husband. That's how he is.
Yeah.
And God will be with you, woman, wife, and will open your mind to become a wise. That's how you become a wise and understanding woman, like Abigail. Abigail had a husband who was evil. He was no good. He had an evil husband. But I'm showing you how this thing it works. It only works when we try it. She stayed in her place, even though she said, but she knew her husband was evil. She knew he was this, that, and the third, but it wasn't her place. And she stayed in it. And look what happened. God already had planned to get rid of him. Right. And look what she did. She had mercy. She got bad news that I know my man not gonna like. It wasn't about her.
Yeah.
She said, but guess what? He's happy right now. Yeah. Having fun, right? Look at him. Don't tell him tomorrow. He like that. Yeah. He said, I'm wait. When she told him, that's why I say news. You get some I've seen, and this is true. A person years ago won $10 million. Fright happened to her heart. Meaning, she was so overwhelmed with the good news. She got a heart attack. She had a weak heart. Okay? So imagine bad news. Right. Imagine a loss.
Fighting.
Oh, man. Look. In the army, do you know the worst thing is to go to the family and let them know that they lost?
Nobody want to do that.
Nobody wants that job. Nobody wants that job. To come home and tell a wife or a mother that her husband or her son is killed in war. Even the cops. Yeah, man. All this comes from what? Husband and wife, though. All these things we just talked about trickle down from a man and a wife that agree together. It's a beautiful thing between God and man. You know why? It will be respected and honored. Hey, she says, I want a man like how she got her husband. I'm looking for one like that. Hey. I'm looking for like, man, see, I want to eat y'all like that. She got any sisters? She got any cousins? She got anybody in her back? Right or wrong?
My brother did that.
Right or wrong?
My brother did that.
Because man. Listen, she got any sisters that's like, hey, because a lot of times they have that same quality. Especially they grew up together. Brothers grew up together, have certain same qualities, godly traits. Same thing with the woman. And that's why it's so beautiful. It's ugly, man. Anything other than that is ugly. Everybody pointing the finger. It's not for his brother. No, it's ugly. We don't need marriage counselors, man.
No, we don't.
God already said it.
We
don't need counseling, man. God is the counselor. God will fix your mental health. Okay? God will fix your marriage.
Yeah.
God will fix you honoring your parents. Because people have a wedge.
Yeah.
People have a wedge with their parents. I'm not going to say the parents have a wedge with their kids. People have a wedge with their parents. And I stand on that. God said, honor your mother and your father. So, did he say, for the mother and father, honor the children?
No.
She be
But
well.
look, they still care for you and still give you honor, and you don't take that. You don't even see that. I've seen them ask, and where they don't have to ask.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All these qualities have to be in the man and the woman for this to work.
That's
That's right.
Not just a man.
It's not just the man. Look, most of the time, it's the woman.
That's right.
Because if you don't agree, we got a problem.
That's right. If you don't agree, we got a problem.
We got a problem.
That's where the problem comes
And
in.
guess what happens? After a while, God said, I ain't, look.
After a while.
Look, I ain't never read nobody divorce his wife in here. In this Old Testament, no one has written their woman a bill of divorcement. Because she committed adultery. She still ain't getting no bill of divorcement. I don't want to hear about Michal with Paltiel. She was ordered by her father. Number one, her father. The father has a lot of say-so and pull in who
That's right.
Talk about
his daughter is marrying.
That's right.
If he doesn't agree, he can disannul the marriage. Saul did it. Okay? Not because he was king. He did it because he was the father. And extra because he was the king. Tamar said, hey, you don't have to do this. We could go to my father with it. Is he not the king?
Yeah.
He's my father and he the king.
Right.
Nobody gonna say nothing.
nobody.
Right.
And God didn't say it was evil or that. All right. So and that subject came up more than one time.
Give the king that.
So that's right. So the father, look, you ain't even gotta be king. You're the father. You can say, yo, this marriage is dead.
Talk
That's
about it.
right.
The same way you came to get my blessing, now you got the cursing.
Talk about it.
Think about it. Oh, we're gonna come get my father's blessing. But what if he don't want to give it? What if he say no? You gotta follow that.
Right.
That will make you be a good wife when you do get married.
Yeah.
Practice make perfect. So, unity of brethren, love of neighbors, man and a wife that agree together. Seems like God likes when we all get along. That's what I'm getting from this. God likes when the people who call upon his name, Israel, Israelites, right? When we all get along.
Okay.
When we can get over the differences with each other
Okay.
and not drag them.
Okay.
And that's what I'm getting from all of this.
Right.
Unity of brethren, love of neighbors, man and wife. So that's in the house, outside, everywhere.
Okay.
We that serve God, we're too hostile with each other.
Okay.
I said shalom to her sister. She look at me like, I just said shalom,
You know what I'm
sister.
saying?
I just said shalom,
You know what I'm
sister.
saying?
Shalom, peace.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to marry you. I don't want your hand in marriage. I just say shalom. You are my sister. If somebody's out there messing with you, I don't have to know you. I know that you serve God. I will put my life down for you. I don't have to be your husband. I don't even want you like that. Say shalom back to a brother. That's what this is about. You are men. That's what this is about.
Woman is men.
We don't hide from each other in the street. Look, cars be passing. All I see is the car. Shalom. I'll be like, shalom, give it back. And I never got to know who it was. That's what God's talking about, man. Man and woman having problems. Everybody know their problems. That's not good.
That's right.
Stay out their business and don't go looking for counselors, for people to justify how bad of a husband or wife you are. Work it out with God. Get back to what God say. He's the counselor. He told us how to be with each other. He taught family how to be with family members. The wife agree with the husband. Y'all have kids. The kids honor the mother and father. Once you go by that, you don't need counseling. God is the ultimate. His laws counsel you out. Time sheet.
3 sorts of men my soul hated.
Now, see, all right, we got 3 things that's beautiful between God and man. He said 3 type of men. There's 3 type of men. He said he hates. And you're going to see why he hates these men. And this is a righteous man speaking. This is a man that served God and knows the ways of how to serve God. But he said 3 sorts. Let me see what kind of guys these are.
3. I'm in Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 2. 3 sorts of men my soul hated. And I am greatly offended at their life. A poor man that
he said, I'm mad because they're alive. I'm glad because God gave them life. They shouldn't have been living. These kind of guys don't need to walk the planet. That's what he's saying. Right? What is it?
A poor man that is proud.
A poor man that is proud. First of all, you poor. You poor. And you proud as hell. You ain't got nothing to show but your pride. You do this all day, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing. You don't put the works in, you have nothing. Nothing legal, nothing illegal, nothing.
Fact check.
Right?
Don't mean homeless.
No. The homeless that you see out here, they are mentally disturbed. Okay? You know who the poor is? Man that got a family struggling. That's poor. Once you're struggling, you poor. I'm poor. Okay? You know when you're rich, because people gonna tell you that. People gonna say, hey man, nah, he got it. Fact. Nah, man, nah, I know you. You said, no, man, I come to you, you're the only one. Why? Because you're the only one that got it. Fact. So we know a poor man. Poor man is one, we all poor. Most of us are all poor. Okay?
Talk about
Most of us are all poor.
Talk about it.
Y'all know what that is. We ain't got to explain that. The poor don't have to explain to the poor what poor is. Right? So we ain't got to go into that. All right? He said, a poor man that is proud. Now, there's nothing wrong in being poor.
Right.
Let's make this clear.
Right.
Because in today's day and time, amongst the ungodly, if you're poor, you are looked at as the ungodly.
And wicked, yeah.
And you're wicked, and anything come out of your mouth is because you poor. Okay? But that's how the wicked deal, right? But this guy is poor, but he's proud. Meaning, he's proud first with God and his Lord. Then he's proud with everybody else. Like you can't talk to him. You ain't even got nothing. You think you putting yourself on a pedestal, right? And you don't have nothing. You got to take yourself off the pedestal to come and ask me for something. That's a poor and proud. He said, a guy like that, I don't want him to lie. Right. What's the next one?
A rich man that is a liar.
You ain't, all right. Look. You rich.
No reason.
You know how people deal with rich people.
Right.
They hang on every, look. The richest guy on the block, just watch. The guy that got the most money on the block, he got the most followers. He gonna have the most. When he go across the street, they gonna go across the street. When he go to this building, in front of this building, they gonna follow him to this building. That's a fact. Okay? Look at me. I'll park your car for you. I'll wash your car for you. Females, all of a sudden, you got one eye, but you cute because you rich. You got money. Money now is people's God today. That's the number one idol. Is a means of taking care of yourself, but it is also an idol to people. That they will do anything, they will break any command, they will do anything for that money. That's why I said don't leave a friend. That's why I said don't leave a friend. Okay? A friend is more valuable than what? Gold. A friend is more valuable than money. A wise woman, you don't forego her. She's more valuable.
Talk about it.
That's why it says that, because today money has been made the chief god of the heathen. Over Jake,
Everyone.
over the idols of the peoples. That's the number one. Because the requirement to serve that Jake, you better have some money. You got to give up some money. Did we ask anybody in here for money since y'all been coming here?
No.
Did we require it?
No.
Okay now.
No.
Okay now. So this ain't no scare. This ain't about your money. I could care less about that.
Word. Serve God. Keep us together.
This is about serving God. Because a lot of them been scammed up, man. I've been hearing about churches scamming people before I was born. And they say I'm an old sucker now. So it's been going on for a long time. It's been going on for a long time. Yeah, and I've seen dudes come from the shambles.
From bikes
And
to
look,
escalators.
look.
The so-called priest or minister,
Yeah.
that black guy, that
I wrote.
scammed the woman, the one that was drunk under the table.
Yeah.
When they robbed him.
Yeah.
And he scammed one woman, $90,000.
$90,000. They're scamming a lot, man. Scamming has different levels, y'all. Scamming is on different levels.
Yes.
Look, you have a whole dudes have a whole church set up, have a whole thing set up, man. And everybody, look, not everybody is down. Only two top heads. Two top heads and probably one in the back.
One of the deacons.
Everybody else gonna get screwed over. One day you're gonna go there to worship, nobody gonna be there. And that's when you're gonna know. You have people that go for certain career jobs and they give up money and their information. They say, okay, you start work Monday. He come back Monday. There's a doctor's office in there now. He said, yo, where's the firm that was here? He said, what firm? They knew that there was construction going on and they was gonna put a doctor's firm here. So they hurry up and came in there for that week while it was empty and set up shop and caught you out there.
That's crazy.
That's the world today. Everybody's lying and faking and scamming. You gotta watch it. Don't be so quick to think you're getting something for free.
Right.
Especially here in New York City. Nothing is free in this city here. This is like Babylon. All right? Nothing is free. They're gonna get you, man. A man that is I don't need to. I got everybody following me.
Right.
Because I'm rich
No
already.
reason to lie, bro.
Whatever I say, everybody gonna go on it. So there's no real reason to lie. There's really not a reason to lie. And he said these kind of guys. So that means that you have a higher pride than a regular person. You have a rich man's pride because you rich and you lie. You ain't even gotta lie. What's the third one?
An old adulterer that doted.
An old adulterer. An old adulterer that doted is a man. A man. He specializes in sleeping with women that are married. You know, you have people that they're only gonna mess. This man is only gonna mess with women that are married. I've heard men say this. Say, I only mess with married women. That way there's no strings attached. She can't get him, she can't. I said, man, you that selfish, is that prideful with yourself? You would go around doing that, man? Just commit. And so every time you lay down in bed, it's adultery. You making sure it's adultery. You making sure. Because the guy said, I'm only laying down with women who are married. Hey, that way I can keep it moving. I don't have nobody tying me down. But you don't want to settle down. You never want to settle down with a woman, a good woman, that serve God. There's something wrong with you. But you want to go around. Yeah, but you want to go around and just going off on them. Nah, man. So you an old adulterer. Look, and as the years go by, you get older and you become an old adulterer that doted. Oh, I had one night stand, but you didn't know that one night stand was with a married woman. Oh no, she said she's separated. Oh, now you gotta leave that alone. That's why it's good to get you one wife and stay to her, man.
That's right.
You ain't rich enough to have 2 and 3 and 4. You gotta have money for that. You can have it, but you gotta have money for it. So let's forget about that.
Right.
Let's not stress each other about it.
That's right.
You gotta have the money for it. All right? And that's a lot of money. I got one e-shot here. I got 3 e-shots. Rent is what? 20, 25 and up now. 2,500 and up now around here, right? Okay? So that's 3 times. 2,500 3 times. On top of the regular daily bills and monthly bills. On top of food and clothing. Okay? Gotta get stuff to put in the house. You need beds. And you gotta maintain this every week, every month, every year. What are you talking about? These people were rich. God had 30 wives. He was a king. That's why
Everything.
Solomon had 1,000 women. He was a king. Do you know what it is to be a king? Even right now. To be a king right now.
To be a president, get rich.
You got check. Look, you know what your pocket, you know the economy of what you're king over? That's your
That's yours.
That's yours.
The president don't get a check.
He don't get a check. But he can still
But
show
that's it. But
millions of money around.
He's paid.
He's paid.
That's right.
So he can have, and that's why God said, no man, that's why you can't take from one woman, one wife, and give to the other wife. You say, oh, well, I don't have enough over here, so I gotta go to you can't do that. That means you ain't got it. I always said you ain't got enough for one. You ain't definitely ain't got enough for 2, brother.
One job.
And
one wife.
I watched him do that. Right? 4 e-shots on one block. That's right. Two. You got one wife, one job. And that got to be a job. You got 2 wives, 2 jobs.
Right.
You got 3 wives, 3 jobs. He said, anything other than that, you better be bringing in you better be a celebrity or something high that bring in the high pay.
The plug.
You better be the super plug. No, the super plug. You got plugs, but they still gotta go up. Right. The super plug. That's the only way, because you have to take care of this woman for the rest of your life.
Right.
That is a responsibility that can't be taken lightly.
Talk about it.
That's why
Fact.
That's why when
Facts.
things go in the house, right? It's on you, man. That's why. So the Isha has to have compassion and keep herself under rule so that she don't mess up and get her husband in trouble.
Talk about it. Talk about it. You heard that?
That's how it goes. So, yeah, I can't mess up because my husband gonna be involved. We locked in.
Exactly.
We locked in. We locked in with each other, and we both locked in with God. And that's how he got it set up. If you don't believe me, read Genesis over again when God was handing out curses. Read it again. Tamshi.
If thou hast gathered nothing in thy youth, how canst thou find anything in thine age?
There comes a time in your youth you gotta get serious and start planning. Start planning. Start putting money down. Certain bank accounts. Open up certain bank accounts.
Life
And
insurance.
life insurance. You put in, but you can't get out till you hit 22. Stuff like that. Right? He said, how canst thou find anything in thine age? He said, when you get to a certain age, you can't do what you used to do when you was young. You're not going to get hired. After they said, look, man, this job here requires from 35 to about 35 years old. You over 30, you over 40, you over 45, you over 50. Certain jobs you're not getting. You will have to pass a physical exam with flying colors. No, seriously, in order to get certain jobs. So it's best to get it now, while you're springy, while you're youthy, and you got all the pep in you. Put that to good work, and look towards the future.
Mm-hmm.
If you plan, look, most children today, they're not looking at them getting old.
Right.
They look at the old, they'll be like, he old.
Yeah.
But if you really want to get to where we're at, you start planning from now.
That's right.
And most don't plan for their elder age because guess what? Because the path that they are taking has caused them to get slain young.
That's right.
That's why a lot of our young get slain young. So all of our young brothers are dying. Most of them don't listen to their parents.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay, you grew up in a broken home. Most of them only got their mother. They don't listen to her.
That's a fact.
You say, I hate my dad. I'm with my moms. But then when she said, you
don't listen to
hate
her.
her, you don't listen to her either. So it's a game. Right or wrong?
That's a fact.
It's a game. You just listen to mom because she rub your back a little more. Your father ain't gonna rub your back. Daddies don't rub backs.
Right.
Okay?
His son was dying. He said, take it to his mother.
We don't
Die.
We different. We built different. Okay?
Take it to his
His
mother.
mother, there's another comfort in her.
He said, my head. He said, take it to his mother.
What we said a little while ago. Our wives would hear the child. We don't hear him. The child go, the wives hear him. We don't hear him.
Okay.
There's certain things is for the father, certain things for the mother. You see what he said? He said, look, man, you're going to learn how to kill now. One brother in the book, he said, look, come on. I got this king, these two kings here. Zalma and
Zamuna.
Yeah, these two guys. He said, wait,
He
you're going to learn how to get what it is
kill.
to kill.
Get a kill.
That's how our forefathers learned. They didn't go hunting deer. Today in this state, they come, son, get the 12 gauge shot, whatever, and they go out, you show them how to hunt a deer. Nah. That deer is not a man. They're gonna be killed. It was like that. And you know what he said? He said,
man. So is a man is, so is a
so
strength.
they said, so is a man is so is strength. Why don't you do it?
They ain't go out like Agag.
They said, why don't you do it? Nah, they didn't
They
bang.
ain't go out like
No,
Agag.
they didn't bang. They didn't bang. No, these guys was hard back then, man. They met their fate. They met their fate without crying for their life. You know, one king said, man, I don't cut off so many guys' thumbs and toes. God required me to say. And he was a heathen king. And even back then, the heathen would allow themselves to get corrected by God, and they would talk about it. They were quick to side with the godly man and say, oh, you know what? Your God is God. Yeah, you're right. Back then, once they experience God or a godly man, look at Jonah. Look at all those dudes that said, yo, they dropped their gods and they praised the Most High God and went their way in the world.
His name Naaman.
Moses' father-in-law said,
Oh, yeah, Jethro.
now I know for surety. You know what that means?
Yeah.
I thought about it like that. Could that really be God? I had doubts. He said, but now this is what you just told me. I know for surety that nobody could change my mind that the Lord, He is God of gods, and beside Him there is no other. There was never no other. There will never be another.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nobody expected.
Nebuchadnezzar, Babylonian king. After 7 years of being turned into an animal, he really got turned into an animal.
Bro, he said, yo, body got
After he came back, after God brought him back, and he sat him back on the throne. You know this guy, one day he was sitting on the throne, and he just got up and lost it. He's not talking like he's talking like a beast. And he ran out the castle and went in the wilderness.
For 7 years, nobody.
For 7 years.
Nobody did not touch that.
Guess what? Nobody, not one of his sons, nobody said, I'm king now. They were closer to God. They knew the sentence. He said seven seasons. He said 7 seasons. You're gonna have to go through this for 7 years because you deep down you believe that I'm God, but you stubborn and you king and you rich, and I put you on top of the world to take these guys out. But now you got big-headed. So guess what? As big as your head is, I gotta break you. According to how big your head is. And his head was big, meaning he was so conceited and so proud. His heart was so lifted up.
So was your
punishment gonna go according to how much your heart is lifted up. And his heart was so lifted up, his punishment lasted for 7 years. 7 years, he didn't want it out. That's why I said, homeless people, something going on up here. Something, God clicked something up here. God clicked something, not just in his physical, to make his back arch like a beast. God clicked his brain. You understand me? And make it okay now for me to lay in dirt. It's okay for me to soil myself. It's okay for me to live like this. It's okay for me to live in garbage and in the alley. And rats is my best friend. It's a click that goes on with God. You look at people and say, yo, how could you get? I could never be. But when God go like this, click, you're gonna be that, man. And that's what happened with him.
They don't even want to go in shelters.
Nah. A lot of them got family, and the family say, I don't know what's going on. My father won't stay here. We got a house for him. We'll take care of him. We honor our father. But God clicked his mind so that he can accept how he living now. And that's what he did with Nebuchadnezzar. That's what he did with Nebuchadnezzar. Not only his physical, his brain made him think he a beast. Made him go out there and eat like a dog. Wake up in the middle of the field, wet with dew. When the grass got dew, he got dew. And after that, God clicked him back. And he said, now I know. No more looking in the liver. No more none of that. And don't you notice? When a man declares, I've seen that a lot of times, you don't live too long after that. Look, your mission accomplished. God can see in this guy's heart. Boom, he don't. Look, you could go. Come on, come on. God was certain men. He said, "Oh no! I can't keep him here no more. Look, it won't be right to keep him here no more. Jeroboam's son gotta come. He gotta die. Nobody around him gonna teach him about God.
Yeah, man.
Nobody. He's doomed. He's not gonna get it all on his own. You get it from your father. Your father teach you about God. Your father wasn't around. Your mother taught you. If you didn't have that, Tobit's grandmother taught him. He said, my father's mother is going to be somebody in your family because back then we had families. Today we don't have families. Think about it. Tom Street.
Or how come your thing is judgment?
For gray hairs.
And for the ancient men to know counsel.
That's right. It's very comely when a man when you start getting gray hairs, you have gray hairs at a certain time, judgment is comely to that man. Because he's wise enough to know where the correction is coming from. Tom Sheep.
And for ancient men to know
counsel. And for ancient men, it's not good to see ancient men, old men acting like little kids. That's why they say, man, you're a grown man. You ain't got to act like that, man. That's what this is. I should be able to go to you for counsel, but I don't go for you for counsel because you act worse than me. So what I'm going to go to counsel to you for? We on the same level. I don't go to nobody that's on the same level with me for counsel. I got to go higher than that.
Right.
So there's a certain look when men, elderly men, you're gonna embarrass yourselves trying to be a young man, right? Trying to do things young men do. After a while, you gotta sit down. You can't go out to war no more either. And look, it's the pride of all men to go to war. You say, oh, what? He can pick up his arms and go to war. But when you're too old now, look, somebody got to tell you. Somebody got to tell you. Because when we get a certain age, we ain't trying to give up. The body is still there, but the body's giving out. So you need to accept the help because the body starts to give out, even though you're still fiery, but you need help now. Don't be embarrassed or ashamed of that.
Right.
Because that's what people that honor you is there for.
That's right.
That's when the honor really start coming in. That's when you start to really see it. That's when people start to really see it.
Since King David chill, man. You know, like
they had to tell him chill. Look, if nobody tell him chill, he was still gonna go out there, but then he got hurt. He's not as swift as he was before. He nearly got hit.
Right, Goliath brother. And Goliath brother, right?
Right. Goliath was fighting. Look, brothers came. You killed my brothers.
The niggas was young at the time.
You killed my.
Got older.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Son, no, this was son. Sons.
They came.
Then you had another. Then you had an Egyptian. Then you had an Egyptian called Sibbecai. This guy was. He was taller than Goliath. He had 6 fingers, 6 toes. That's correct. Do you know what a man can do with 6 fingers and 6 toes that a man can't do? My grip. All right, you see how you grip? You grab an head guy, right? And somebody, you see karate, they rip it from him. You're not doing that if I got 6 fingers, man. Our cat has an extra claw on each hand. No mouse has gotten away from her. I've seen her squeeze mice and she screamed. Why? Because he got a grip. Look. One of David's mighty men, he got 5 fingers. And he fought with his sword. Swinging. Blood drying all up on his sweating blood to the point where he couldn't open his hand. He cleaved. You know what that's called? A death grip. But he didn't die. It only go down when somebody died. If somebody died holding on to me like this, guess what? You might have to cut this around. There's no opening. But that man didn't die. He had a death grip on his sword because he's outnumbered. He dropped that sword, he dead. So he hold on tight, man. Tell him.
Oh, how comely is the wisdom of old men, understanding and counsel to men of honor.
Men of honor,
Much experience is the crown of old men.
Meaning, the older you get, the more experience you can drop down on the young. They say, oh man, the OGs, they don't be telling us nothing. You don't be listening. You see what the OGs did. You see where they did the right thing. Follow that. You just want to point out what the OGs did wrong. That's in Israel community. That's out there too. I see a lot of that, and that's not good. Because without the old, you New Jacks wouldn't know nothing. You want to know nothing, what you think you know now. We get all of ours from the elder, and don't have to be my father. You knew me since I was a baby. You get the same respect.
Yeah.
Because you knew me. You saw me dribble on myself and feces on myself. So I give you that. You're older than me. That's what we say. Yo, I saw you on yourself when you was a little kid. That's the first thing we say, right or wrong. Don't act like that with me. I'm your auntie. Don't act like that with me. I'm your uncle, right or wrong. Yeah. Because when you get older, you see different. So when the old drop it on the young, take it. You're not that generation that ain't getting it. There was a generation that didn't have the old. Some shit.
And the fear of God is their glory.
He said, much experience is the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory. Because at the end of them telling your story, he said, the fear of God. They show you what situations and how much pressure they was in. That look. If they didn't fear God, they'd have been done off.
Yeah.
If they didn't fear God, they wouldn't be able to speak to you about what's happening right now. That's it right there. Much experience, the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory. At the beginning of the story, God get his props. The middle, God get his props. The end, God, he said, and that's why I do this. That's why I do. Yeah.
You would think he was rich.
Yeah.
Because he knew God, man.
Rich with no knowledge of God and how God wants you to walk. Once you realize personally how God wants you to be with these commandments, it's
Talk about it.
Body.
Start feeling yourself.
That's when you start the light.
That's when you start. Right.
That's when you start the light.
Right.
When you can do this,
The appreciation.
that's when you start delighting in God.
Appreciation, man.
You get to a certain age, it's not how you was young, look all unenthused. Now it's a different, like every time the subject of God come up, you get hyped.
Get it. Yeah, let's get it.
Get sweaty.
During the week.
I might want to fight.
Yeah.
Hey, look. That's how it gets you. The Spirit of God jumped on some men, and it was for war, to go against the ungodly. It lifts you up, man.
Yeah, man.
Nobody served God has got a sad face walking around like this.
You be broke, nothing in your pocket.
Nobody serves God and walk around like that. Dude is poor. He ain't got nothing. I've seen a brother live in the streets, an Israelite brother that lived in the streets with his family, and he was happy, and they were happy.
Never mad.
They were never mad about their position. Yes. And that was the testing grounds. That was the wilderness. That was their wilderness. Everybody got a test. You see how they got the wilderness? And they got them. Everybody's going to get that. You're going to be in a position in your life that's uncomfortable. And God going to want to see if you still going to serve him or not. That's why he put them through the wilderness. To prove them. To see whether they would listen or no, whether they will hearken or no. The only way you could tell your child if you're really going to listen or not, test him, test her. They don't know they're getting tested.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know.
Well, we know how to do it when we ask certain questions. We know their reaction and everything. Yeah, exactly. But when you're dealing with millions of people, you put them in a hostile environment where there's no water, where the things that you need to live are not there.
Those conditions. And
the only one that can give it to you is God Almighty, because nothing's impossible for him. That's what the problem was. So right now, everybody has their own little wilderness to go through. You're your own 40 years in the wilderness. Will you survive? Because at the end, we read in Deuteronomy 4, God said, all those that joint themselves to Baal Peor is dead. I have destroyed them before you seen it too. And only you are still alive because you stuck to me. Ain't that gangster? That's gangster. Ain't no mafia boss can even talk like that. He wouldn't even talk like that. He said, all of y'all alive because y'all stuck with me. Everybody else dead because they joined that guy. They switched. They set trip. You ain't supposed to do that. Pick a side, my man said. Pick a side and stay on it. Stay true. So you on this side, you have to stay true to who? To yourself. Then you can be true with God. That's the only way. You can't be true with God and not true to yourself. I'm lying to myself talking about being true to God. That don't work. God ain't even listening.
That's right.
This guy lied to himself. He don't even got to lie to other people. He lied to himself. Can't deal with that. Don't you?
There be 9 things which I have judged in my heart to be happy.
This guy's running stuff down. He named you 3 things that was beautiful before God and man. Then he named you what? He named 2 other things.
In the 10th,
he named you 3 types of men that he hate, that shouldn't be alive. Now he's going to give you 9 situations, 9 things, right? Which he has judged in his heart. But you can judge in your heart. You know that, right? I can judge you in your heart. But I gotta be correct. I can't say you did it and you ain't do it. I can't say I know you do this and I can't prove it. I've never questioned. I've never investigated. I never followed him and watched to see where he goes. None of that. You can't do that. See what he said? In my heart, I judged. In my heart to be happy. He said, and there's 10 things on top of that I will utter with my tongue. He said, the 10th thing gonna make me talk. The 10th thing gonna make me. I'm not. No. That's why I say sometimes I tell viewers, don't think we a mad group here. Okay? We're not a mad people. The Spirit of the Lord animates everything.
Especially the laws.
Okay? It animates everything. If it animated a whole mountain, what it would do to us. It animates your spirit.
That's right.
It sets your spirit on fire. It get hot. Yeah.
But you ain't gonna get,
The more you accept
you
it.
ain't gonna get hot. You go up there preaching. Talking about we going back.
Nah.
Talking about the state of black people today.
No. I would be lying.
Current events.
I would be
You're
lying.
not gonna get hot.
Nah. The law. God. Knowing who God is. Okay? His majesty. God, his majesty, his laws, commandments, statutes, judgments, and the people who served him.
Talk about it.
And the things that they went through. Let's read about some of these
Barack
things.
Obama.
Some shit. Hey, listen, man. Those celebrities, they're called idols also. You know that, right? They are idols. They are living idols. Y'all know that, right? When you go to a show, what you do? They're on the stage. What you do?
You look, you're honoring them.
And you cheer.
You're honoring them.
And you cheer their name.
Right. You worshiping them.
That's worship, man.
It's worship.
That's worship.
Worship.
That's why they got so much money.
All
Because
concerts.
they know how to get everybody now.
All concerts. Worship.
Concert stadiums is packed.
Talk about it.
Idolatry is money.
Exactly.
Y'all understand that?
Right.
The whole thing about idolatry and religion and all that stuff, it is money behind it. Okay?
That's Cat Williams.
All those people are
Cat Williams
perverts.
serving the devil.
All of them work for the devil. Even the ones that's against each other, they're on the same side. They're told to lie.
to do that.
They're told to snitch on each
Told
other.
to do that. Exactly.
Don't get fooled. Saying will fool a fool. Don't get misled by none of those rich people. They're all liars. Is there a rich man that lie, right? They're all liars.
Talk about it, brother.
Look up to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob,
That's right.
his sons,
That's right.
Moses,
That's right.
Joshua,
That's right.
Caleb,
That's right.
David,
That's right. That's right.
Jeremiah, Isaiah, the Maccabees. Those are the ones that we instill our kids about.
That's right.
Forget them rappers, man.
That's right.
They're weird.
That's right.
They're evil, wicked, and they're weird. And they're into homosexuality. The woman too.
A lot of women are trans.
The woman too. Okay?
Michael Obama.
And all that stuff is accepted in that life. That's why you gotta be different.
Michael.
Your opinions, everything. You gotta be the one to be like, nah, I ain't with that.
That's right. Michael and Barack.
Okay?
That's right.
Some shit.
There be 9 things which I judge in my heart to be happy,
Uh-huh.
and the 10th I will utter with my tongue. A man that had joy of his children.
Stop.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Bible used to get lit when you get to this
What?
part.
You get that part? Yeah. That's.
He said, look at the first thing on the list. A man that's happy with his kids. He said, show me a man that's happy with his children. He said he may be happy with 3 or 4, but show me a man that's happy with all his children that he got. He's right.
He's right.
He's right. You know, you ain't gonna see it till you start having children. It's a big disappointment. It's more than look, your kid is more than just having a broken heart in a relationship. When your kids disappoint you, man, that's a grief and a sorrow, man. You can get cursed for it too. God automatically curses you for it when they feel that way. Okay? So just keep adding on. Keep being selfish and prideful. Keep adding on. See a lot. One dude, he said, man, I don't bother him, man, because I did worse than my parents. His guilt stops him now from even disciplining, but he did so much. He said, I did more than he did, so I said, yeah, but you still turning them into a monster. He can stop it. Both of you can stop it together. You're still alive.
And you're helping yourself.
You're still alive. You're helping your son. You can't get discouraged in this way of life. Okay? You can't get discouraged. You can't be down.
It can happen. It can happen.
Okay? I was just speaking to somebody yesterday. I said, what's wrong? He said, I can see in her face. You know what she said? Life. She said life. You know what I said? I said, thank the Most High. Praise the Most High. Thank the Most High. Move on. Whatever got you like that, if you stay like that, it got you. Yeah, we fall prison to everything in life when we don't serve God. That's why I said what I said. Acknowledge God. Thank him for you being able to still acknowledge him while you're alive, and then now get right. While you're alive, it's still, you got all the chances in the world. God, he already set it up that way. But once you're dead now, that's it. So the toll is done. The tally is up now. Oh, your ticket is punched. You can change it around before your ticket get punched. Time sheet.
And he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy.
He said, what? He said, the first thing is, what?
A man that had joy of his children.
Right?
And
now, a man that got joy of his children, that's a happy thing. Because it's nothing but blessings coming out.
Right. And his children are serving God.
He's going to say, oh, no, not my son. Or no, not my daughter. They don't get mad at me. She don't get mad at me. Or she don't do that. You know, you see what he did? No, my son don't do that. Or my daughter don't do that. Those are blessings you get from God when your parents say things like that. Mm-hmm. Your parents, what comes out your mouth concerning you is a blessing or curse out of your parents' mouth. Plain and simple.
Talk about it.
Okay?
Talk about it.
You can't dispute that.
Talk about it.
All right? I don't want to hear, well, you got to give respect to deserve respect. God did not say that. You said that. You said it because you heard another wicked person say it. And another wicked person said it 10 years before. And this been going on.
Proverbs.
Ain't no thing about give respect, get respect.
Proverbs.
God said honor your father and your mother. That's it.
Proverbs of the wicked. Proverbs.
And guess what? You know what? He will respect you. God will respect you. God will allow your enemy to respect you. But when the enemy see you, he gets scared. They want to talk.
Facts.
And give you the upper hand.
Real
and you ain't got no gun.
Real talk.
And he got a gun.
Real talk.
That's the power God gives you.
Real talk. It went down.
Time sheet.
And he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy.
He said, look, it's a happy thing when a man gets to see the fall of his enemy. That means God with you. You know that, right? And we were also told we're not supposed to laugh our enemies to scorn. You know that? We're a different type of people, man. Even our enemies, right? We weren't supposed to hate them or laugh them to scorn. God said, don't hate the Egyptians. You know what the Egyptians did to us? That's what one Israelite said. You know what the Egyptians did to us, right? I said, yeah, but you know what God said, right? I don't care what the Egyptians did. God, but that's why God said what he said, because he know you're going to have a heart against them. It's only natural.
That third generation been passed.
These people did this to my people. But God said no.
Like the
God said no.
Read them alone.
Don't hate them. You don't hate the Egyptians. After the third generation, they can come in. They said, because look, he held you down.
Right.
Even though you didn't like the treatment, you ate. You missed the food.
Yeah, right.
You was crying out.
Living conditions.
But look. When you got into that wilderness, you wanted to go back to the same place. You ever heard that before? Anybody want to go back into slavery?
Yeah.
You ever heard that before? Well, look, man, I wish the master would hurry up and go get us. Yeah. I'll go back. Oh, you want to go back to the, you know what? I don't want to leave jail. Give me 2 more years. Now, man, you got convicted of 2 already. You got to go. No, I want to stay. You ever heard that?
No.
Okay. They said, but on the whole,
Crazy.
on the whole, I'm talking about on the whole people doing this. Slavery. You understand what I'm saying? That's not normal. But they said we want to go back because ain't no food here, ain't nothing here. We might as well go back. Because they didn't see and they didn't listen. Because Moses told them, this is being done to prove you that his fear may be before your faces and that ye sin not.
That's the test.
He told them
That was
that.
the answer.
And that's before the 40 years started.
Right. So when the 3 days of no water started, it wasn't no.
It was supposed to be on. What happened? What happened? Emotion took over. And that's what happens with us. We don't listen. We don't listen. I don't listen. You don't listen. We don't have to listen. All they had to do was listen. Their teacher, Moses, told them. And look. It wasn't jacking everything Moses said. Okay? They was going to kill Moses. Every time, you see God saying he provoked me these 10 times? Every time they provoked God, they was going to kill Moses and Aaron. And Joshua and Caleb said, no, don't do such a thing, man. They said, no. Matter of fact, get out the way. They said, no, get out the way. And God had to come. And when God came, scrambled. Because they know that was God.
So y'all know if you messing with God,
they knew, man. Look. There was something else going on out there, man. That's why God said, look, all of them are dead now. All the big shots, all the talkers, all the ones that want to go over here, want to do this, got rid of all of them. Tongue shoot.
Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding.
Well is the man that dwell with a wife of understanding. A wife of understanding is not a wife that understands what she reads. A wife of understanding is a woman who departs from evil. A woman that departs from evil, she's married to this man. That man is happy.
Talk about it.
Okay? Well is him, meaning that he gonna be good. He gonna live longer.
Well,
he gonna live longer. Well is him. Tongue sheet. You know what we saying? When we say no, he good.
He good.
He got her. He good.
As well as him.
That's what it is. Tongue sheet.
And that had not slipped with his tongue. And that had not served a man more unworthy than himself.
Look. It's a happy thing when you don't slip and say the wrong thing out your mouth.
Right. That's true.
You don't know your fears.
We've all been there. So I said, dang, man, I should have kept my mouth shut. Right? And then you got some people that never tell themselves that. You got some people that never tell themselves, I should have kept my mouth shut. You got some people that never say, no, let me be quiet. It's not the time for me to say that now. Because, hey, who's talking? Or whatever. You got some people that don't think that way, man. And they get themselves in trouble.
Okay.
They start stuff.
Okay.
Enemies are made.
Right.
Houses get broke.
Right.
Yeah, families get broke up by this type of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, man. Right. All you had to do is you didn't have to say that.
Mouth shut.
Some shit.
That's right, bro.
Well is him that had found prudence.
And has not served a man more unworthy than themselves. Well, we can't get around that.
I served a woman.
Because
I got a woman boss.
Today, we have a thing called jobs. J-O-B. Okay? You got to go work for somebody in order to get a pay. Now, the person that you work for don't serve God. The person that you work for could be a man, a woman, or a man who made himself a woman, or a woman who made herself a man. It could be anybody. It could be something that you detest. You can't do nothing about that. So when we had the chance to get rid of these type of people, which were the Canaanites, we left them alive.
Taxed them. They married their daughters.
And we wanted to deal with, look, we liked their money and their daughters. So that's what we got today. Their daughters to deal with. Oh, man, that's all that's out here now. Canaanite daughters. And then you ain't got, your father, your grandfather, all y'all gonna work for a company. Yeah.
Not our business.
He worked for the sanitation company. He worked for Sears and Roebuck. He was a janitor at this school. You're gonna work for somebody, and the person that you work for don't fear God.
Right.
They're constantly trying to get you to work Friday nights and Saturdays.
That's right.
They're constantly trying to get you to come in on your feast days. You know you ain't supposed to go to work on those feast days either, right? Y'all know that, right? On those feast days, those 3 appointed times, you're not supposed to go to work on those days either.
That's right.
It is a Sabbath of rest. You deal with it like it is the Sabbath. So one of the rules of the Shabbat is there's no work or servile work. No type of work at all, right? So you can't go and you got to treat those days like a Sabbath. It is not the Sabbath.
That's right.
Okay?
right.
On the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the only work that is done is in the kitchen for that day.
That's right.
But work can be done only for. You can't do no work today.
That's right.
There is no exception today
That's right.
to the rules. That's why there is no other day to put on top of this day. This is the Shabbat day. You can't make this day any other type of day.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying. You can't give it a title. God gave it a title already. He gave it a name called the Shabbat.
It's the only day he made.
Okay?
Other days is one, first day, second day.
On this day, you can't go to weddings.
Talk
You
about
can't
it.
go visiting people.
Can't have a wedding.
Okay? You can't. First of all, we ain't supposed to be celebrating birthdays. But you can do that if you want. But according to this book, birthdays is forbidden. Only Pharaoh served his birthday. And God told us not to follow the ordinance of Egypt. And if anybody is the ordinance of Egypt, it's Pharaoh. He embodies what Egypt is about.
Regular people couldn't celebrate at the time.
And you couldn't even celebrate your own birthday back
The
then.
Egyptians couldn't do it. You had to be a Pharaoh.
Back then, you celebrate your own birthday, you die.
Die for that.
It was only for idols and the king that served that idol.
That's right.
That's
Talk
where
about
birthdays come from.
Talk about
And
it.
it is the number one holiday of the devil.
Talk about
All devil worshipers, that's their number one holiday.
it. Talk about it. That's why God ain't let us.
It's the day to praise yourself and to make, you see all those gifts? You see the gifts? That's the same as getting gifts on the Christmas day.
Exactly.
You see those presents that's under the tree?
That's right.
When you get those presents on your birthdays, the same thing.
Talk about it. That's why the Most High let us know none of the
It's the same
none of the
thing,
saints'
man.
birthdays.
None of them did that, man.
You'd have been celebrating Abraham's birthday right now. Today is
That's why we don't know his birth. That's why their births and their deaths have not been revealed. Okay? Now, look, like I say, you're going to have Israelites get mad when you tell them you can't do certain things. These Israelites in the Old Testament wanted to kill Moses.
So who's you?
So who are you? Think about that.
They wanted to kill my pops.
Everything Moses told them, God told them,
Talk about
word
it.
for word.
Talk about it.
And it's only the words that we reiterate, the same words. So just think about it.
Talk about it.
They didn't listen to Moses, and God killed all of them.
Talk about
They wanted to kill Moses. They said he was wrong.
it.
Moses said, all the words that you speak are not against me, they are against God. And he heard every word that you said in the door of your tents. So just think about that. When you celebrate birthdays and you celebrate days that are not in Leviticus 23 and that are not in Deuteronomy 14. And it's not even an Apocrypha. All right? And the only person I read that did celebrate his birthday was Pharaoh, Egyptian king, who we are not supposed to follow or be like.
That's it.
Tongue sheet.
Talk about it.
Well is him that hath found prudence.
Well is him that hath found prudence, to be able to govern yourself according to God's commandments. That's what prudence is. I'm able to tell myself, oh, no, that's not right by God. I'm not doing that. Oh, I'm not going to bring this. Oh, no, this is not good to eat. Or, that's the prudence. You don't have nobody there telling you nothing. You do it on your own. Tongue sheet.
And he that speaketh in the ears of them that will hear. Oh, how great is he that findeth wisdom. Yet is there none above him that feareth his Lord. But the love of the Lord passeth all things for illumination.
He said, oh, great is he that findeth wisdom. He said, yet is there none above him that feareth God. The man that fears God, God don't have him second to nobody. You may have him, but he's in a high order with God.
Yeah, you look at him like
the one that fears God,
yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Nobody's above him.
Yeah, you don't mention him in your prayer.
Okay?
Yeah, you leave
Nobody's above him.
Yeah, you leave
No. And we talking about in God's eyes.
You leave him out.
Okay?
God,
in your eyes,
he's nothing.
He's nothing. He's this. He did that over here. He said, But the one that feared God said, oh, no. They may not like how you talk, but he feared me. So he's above all of them.
Yeah.
God is the one that do the placements.
Yeah.
Okay? He do the placements. We rise to our level, and then God put us in our place. Time sheet.
But the love of the Lord passing all things for illumination. He that holdeth it, whereto shall he be likened? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of his love.
Yeah. He said, love the Lord thy God, right? The beginning of loving God is fearing him.
Talk about it. That's the beginning.
When you fear God, you love him.
Right. You're going to be scared to go against.
When you fear God, you love him. Because now the fear stops me from violating.
That's right.
And then what was able to come in now? Love. Love comes in now. Okay? Fearing this guy or fearing this woman here or fearing this person here is not going to bring love to you.
Nah.
But God said, fear me. All right? And that's the beginning of love. He said, fear me and keep my commandments. Only way for you to keep his commandments, you gotta be scared. You gotta have some type of scaredness. And for you to be afraid, you gotta believe.
That's it.
So if I don't believe, I'm not being afraid.
That's it.
So I have to believe what I read, and I gotta believe what I'm being told about God, what I'm being taught. I have to believe that first before any other characteristic comes in for my change. I gotta believe what I'm reading. Now, are you reading? No. What are you believing?
That's right.
You gotta read to believe. God not coming to speak to you like he did to Abraham. God came to Abraham and spoke to him, and Abraham said, "Oh wow, I believe that." God said, "Yo, that guy believes me. That's righteousness." And then he learned how to fear and everything else. So you got to start believing, and that's the problem. Israelites don't believe. They didn't believe Moses. They didn't believe none of their teachers. They don't believe their teachers today. That's the problem. Time sheet.
And faith is the beginning of cleaving unto him.
Being faithful. And no matter what, I'm still sticking to God.
To the Lord.
No matter what I'm going through. No matter what I'm going through, because I'm doing this.
Stick to it.
Okay. Well,
because of it.
Because I'm doing. No, because people put you in the. Look. People make you choose. People will make you go. God will make people make you choose. Okay? Because I'm living like this now, I get treated a certain way by my family.
Talk about it.
Because I live like I said, I want to learn, I want to live like God. And I want to do this.
I want to look like God.
I want to do this. I want to look at.
They look at you in disgust.
They look at the girl now and say, "Look at my daughter. She look like a old granny. She look older than me." That's what they say about the woman.
I called the old man yesterday because I had him in the wrong room. They call me old.
You old.
Call me old.
Yeah.
Call me old for.
But good. But guess what? Those are the contentions of the ungodly and the wicked. That's what that is. Don't let that get to you. All right? It is to discourage you, and if God looking to see if you let that get to you. Okay? So you don't give in, man. The faith is the beginning of cleaving unto him. All right? Your faithfulness. How much faith you got is how much you're going to cleave. Time sheet.
Give me any plague but the plague of the heart.
You hear it? You hear it? You hear it? That's the click. That's when you get clicks. He said, give me any disease but the disease of the heart. Ooh. You know what that? You know what the disease of the heart is? So you don't serve God.
Confounded. Yeah, you confounded. You lost.
Y'all thought I was going to say the crazy house.
No,
that's the number one click.
Right
when you don't serve God.
That right there.
You go to work. No, you go to work. You go here. You do this. Boom, 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 boom. But you just don't serve God. That, and for whatever the reason, or whatever, however you think, or whatever it is, that's the plague. This man, and I say the same thing. I request the same thing. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart. I don't want my heart turning against God. My heart needs to stay here till I die. That's what I want. I can handle everything that come with it. My Abba built me for this. I want the same thing. I don't want to say Jake is God. I don't ever want to say somebody else's God.
That's right.
I don't ever want to be somewhere else, calling on something else's God. I want the same thing. Live and die for this. That's what you call committed. All right? Tough sheet.
In any wickedness, but the wickedness of a woman.
He said, give me any plague but the plague of the heart. He said, and give me anybody's wickedness. Give me another man's wickedness, but the wickedness of a woman. Because I gotta go poorly right now. Yo, a wicked woman coming to get you, she'll get you.
When a woman's fed up,
But it's a woman scorned. Look, they can make up stuff that will stick.
Yeah.
You don't have no way to.
Yeah. Remember you niggas in the can?
You see what Jezebel did, right? You see what Jezebel did, right?
Oh, yeah.
You see what Jezebel did, right? They're still doing it today. Okay? One woman said, boom, boom, bing, bang. That's what the wickedness of a woman is. She lying. Look. How she gonna get you back? She not gonna be right. Okay? She gonna play real low. So you gotta watch that. Stop being a gigolo. Stop being a gigolo. Stick to your woman if you got one. If you don't have one, ask God to bring you a good one. Because you can't get mad when they hit you with it, man, because you was attracted to her body. But her heart was wicked. And when, look, she ain't going to serve your God. And when you show her that God is stronger with you, she going to do something wicked to you. Even if all she got to do is just start a rumor. Okay?
Right.
She'll do it.
Yeah.
It's being done.
Yeah.
Some cry rape, it ain't get raped. Some shit.
In any affliction, but the affliction from them that hate.
He said, in any affliction, give me any affliction, but except the affliction that the people that hate me. Today, you know who hates y'all, especially you young men. The Shotri.
Right.
You don't want them to afflict you.
Right. That's a fact.
What David told God? He said, look, he said, I'd rather you
take you. Don't put me in the hands of these. They wicked.
Don't put me in the hands
of the wicked, man.
Okay, that's what you don't want the affliction that they got.
In the hands of men.
But when you cry out, it makes them go in war.
Facts.
He said, okay, man. My brother said, okay, man. And they kept going.
Yes,
they didn't have to do that. I get mad every time he tell me that story. I wish I could go to that place and find them. That's how I be feeling. Because I know what they did to him, man. When you hate a person for just no reason, and you got them under you, that's not good. You don't want that affliction. He said, and any revenge but the revenge of my enemies. Don't let my enemies get me
back. No get back.
No get back from my enemies. They can't spin on me. The only way that go down is if you with God. Okay? One more to go. That's it.
There is no head above the head of the serpent, and there is no wrath above the wrath of an enemy. Mm-hmm. I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman.
Don't take no offense to this. Okay? Because men drive women crazy too.
Right.
We all driving each other crazy. See, a lot of things, this was from back then. It was set.
Right.
Because most men was godly.
Right.
Now, today, if you got a wicked woman, you must be a wicked man.
Okay, talk about it. Say that again.
Because God say he gives a wicked woman to a wicked man. He's not gonna give a goodly woman to a wicked man. He's not fair like that. Yeah, he did say for men to run it, but he's not gonna do that. And that's why fathers stand up for their daughters and say, hey man, listen, man, come here, man. I said yes, this and that, but listen, man, treat your daughter good. You don't have to do that. Don't do it. Certain fathers, certain women you get, you're going to have to deal with her a certain way. the daddy coming.
Facts.
Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
Praise the Most High God. It's a glorious day.
Shalom.